type. Why people on TikTok think the rapture is coming and that the world is ending this week. A South African pastor says Jesus Christ himself delivered the news. The rapture is here. That is, according to worshipers on TikTok. People are convinced that the end of days will take place between today, September 23rd, and tomorrow, September 25th, and have prepared to act accordingly. All right. So the phenomenon stems from the evangelical Christian belief that Jesus Christ will return to earth and ascend to heaven with only his truest believers, leaving the unsaved behind to endure God's judgment for 7 years. All right. So September 23rd, today and tomorrow. So will we make it all the way through September 24th and at midnight and nothing happens? Well, maybe nothing happens for most of us, right? But there's a few people, what was it, 144,000, I think, that do the rapture. So only the true believers will rise up with Jesus Christ, right? So, you know, these things have come and gone over the years. It is just another hype, I believe. But there are some very, I would say, decent influencers that are actually talking about it as well. One of those is Julie Green. Prophecy for today, September 23rd. Many people are getting raptured worldwide. September 24th, 2025, the end has begun. So I don't listen to her all the time, but I have in the past. She's done fairly well in prognostications. She's followed by quite a lot of people. I think she's got millions of subscribers. Now, the one I'm looking at right here is probably somebody that stole her video, but her videos are, I think she has millions of followers, right? So she's, I guess she's prophesying that it's a possibility that's going to happen. Now, another one is Bo Pony. Bo Pony can put some outrageous stuff out there. He has also been accurate in some things. So let's listen. And this seems interesting. All the connections, whether you're looking at this as a possible rapture event coming today and tomorrow, or whether it's just another one of those promises that people make that don't come true. So let's look at this.
Cataclysmic end times related movies, you see this very subliminal but very clear message of September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th.
Seeking a friend at the end of the world, an asteroid strikes on September 22nd, 23rd, and ends the world. The movie Deep Impact, starring Morgan Freeman. The asteroid would strike on 9/22. Evan Almighty, he said the date of the flood is September 22nd. Is that when it's going to happen? September 22nd, midday? The movie Knowing, the date of September 22nd and 23rd, the Earth is destroyed by a solar flare. Little Shop of Horrors, you had this September 23rd event that humans will encounter a deadly threat. The movie Tomorrowland, disaster strikes on September 23rd. In NCIS, Do They Know 23? No. In Jim Carrey's movie 23, he mentions the date September 23rd as the day that hell arrives. In the TV show Sleepy Hollow, September 23rd, a new dimension is opened.
September 23rd, 1780.
Evil is released on September 23rd in the movie Ghostbusters. This is the End with Seth Rogen. September 23rd is the date that the rapture happens. On September 23rd, in the movie Labyrinth, evil consumes the world on September 23rd. Black Eyed Peas video, the calendar of the month. It goes all the way up to September 22nd, and it just stops. TV show Lost, the plane crashes on a remote island on September 22nd.
With people's date, September 22nd. Was September 22nd.
A day to remember is coming. It is rapidly approaching as the summer is ending. As the summer is ending. This day will change everything, and your life will never be the same. It will be a marker in history, and everything in your life will be different before and after this day. This is the day you have been praying, hoping, and believing for. Fear not. as there will be much confusion and much will happen in one day. I am the great I am, and there is nothing that I can't do.
But this is for you, says the Lord. The tide is turning for you. A very strange thing shall happen in September. Moving into the fall where there shall be a great fall. Fall of the enemies, fall of kings, fall of princes. Watch and see, for God says beginning in September, I will turn everything around, and my people shall see an intervention of a kind that they have never seen before.
This decade will be the decade that you will never, ever understand how it started out one way and it finished out to be the greatest decade in human history. And 2025 is going to go down as the year everything changed.
All right, so that seems accurate. So we've definitely seen some major changes, and maybe we're at that precipice point, where we saw the Charlie Kirk event. It's basically pointing us in the right direction, or is it taking down the deep state? Now, President Trump was at the UN earlier. He was hammering the deep state of the UN, right? UN address. He was just going off. I heard a lot of it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, but of course, there's some people think he made a fool of himself, depending on which ABC. So, full speech, Trump addresses United Nations General Assembly. Now, ABC is owned by Disney. And, Jimmy Kimmel basically got canceled. And now he's back on a week later, 6 days later, week later, whatever. And a lot of the affiliates, ABC affiliates, have refused to broadcast his show. Lots of them, right? The ones that have the most affiliates and have the most viewers. So there was one, I guess the young man that supposedly could replace Charlie Kirk. He's saying that from what he was hearing, that if they had not allowed Charlie Kirk to come back on, there would be rioting by leftists and they would destroy businesses, right? So they're looking for an excuse, in my opinion, right? So Jimmy Kimmel, really? Right? You're going to riot over Jimmy Kimmel? So they're looking for an excuse now, guys. It could be rapture time. Jimmy Kimmel doesn't come on tonight. We could see the rapture tonight, right? So just be ready. Be ready. You might be the one that gets chosen. You might go up to heaven, right? All right. I'm not making fun of it. It is, it's, people have their beliefs. It is what it is, right? Now, if Jesus came and said, it's time for you to go, who am I to argue? So I would like, sir, yes, sir. And I'd be gone. So if I'm not here tomorrow, or the next day, I guess it's could happen the next day too. It could be because I did the rapture thing, right? So I don't know. I don't think I rate that strongly, but who knows? You never know. All right. So Trump on ABC, there is talk of ABC going bye-bye. Now, we've heard about some of these mainstream media types going away. So Disney, there was a woman on, I was watching one of the new, what was it? CNBC or something, one of those, the business news channels. And they had this one person on that was talking about how Disney could let them go because they're basically a drain on Disney's bottom line. And if they did away with them, because Disney, of course, has its own channel, and who watches ABC anymore, or NBC or CNN, they could just all go away and everybody be like, oh, When did they go away? So, they've been gone for a year. I didn't even know. I never watched them. All right. That's the way most people are now. So if ABC goes away, it will be one of those things that we've talked about in the past where we're going to see legacy media go away. All right. So ABC News, is still reporting. Fox News, Trump addresses world leaders at UN General Assembly. Trump lectures world leaders at UN. That's CNN, of course. He lectures them. He tells them how they're effed up, right? He goes after the deep state. He's telling them, you guys are all effed up. You've been letting all these people come into your countries, and you're still letting them come into your countries. We stopped that, right? And we're sending them back. But you guys still let them come into your countries. Now, he talked about like London going Sharia law. And I hadn't heard that. Maybe, Trump he just basically blows things up out of proportion sometimes to get attention and get people looking at that. But imagine that. Now, I could see that happening in a couple of, cities here in America. And we got Somalis that are basically taking over, cities, Muslim extremists in Texas. So in New York. So now a lot of these places could definitely, if Trump is basically saying Sharia law shouldn't be happening, we might see some of these extremists here in the United States start to get their packing orders, right? Time to pack your bags and get out of town and go back to where you're from. Because he said that. He said they shouldn't be coming here with their problems and causing problems. And if they are, then they need to go back home and fix their problem there, right? Not bring their problems here. So it sounds like we may see some of these cities that have been taken over by Muslim and they're extremists, in my opinion, if they're talking, putting in mosques and, I can tell you, you do not, I just drank a big old thing of fresh juice. So blended. So that's kind of tickling me, but you do not want to hear mosques going off 5 times a day. I've lived through that for a long period of time. It's not pleasant, right? No, I love church bells. I don't know why there's a difference there. There's some people that have done and I'm very suspect about these tests, but they have said they have done the Muslim call to prayer and it's of a good vibration. I don't get that feeling at all when I listen to it because a lot of times it wakes me up. When I first come in the country, eventually I get to the point where it doesn't bother me anymore. It's just like, background noise. But I don't get a good feeling from it. Church bells. I remember being in Beirut. Church bells. I remember when I was a little kid, we still had a lot of churches that had bells. Why did they take the bells away? Right? They should bring them back because I love the sound of those bells. And those bells resonated at high vibrational frequencies. So I don't get that from the Muslims. And I'm not trying to ding their religion. I don't really do that in any religion. It is what it is. All right. So, but here in the United States, there's some of these Muslim, I call them extremists that are here in the United States. They're basically saying that these towns are ours now and we will go Sharia. Sharia law is like, no, right? We have a constitutional law here in America and bringing in Sharia law is not good. So anyway, President Trump was talking about that, how you Europeans are letting these extremists come in and basically tell you after, thousands of years of building your culture, you're allowing another culture to come in and basically tell you what to do. Not good, he's saying. And I agree with him. All right. So now President Trump, I heard him talking about how he had put in a bid for basically updating the UN. And it was a $500 million bid. And he said he would have made marble floors. He would have made the thing stunning. It would have been beautiful. And they didn't want his bid, and they took a bid that was for a lot more. And they paid out $2.5 billion, of course. And they don't have marble floors, and they have an escalator. He even mentioned it. Says I came in, your escalator doesn't even work. It looks like they're still working on the building. So after 10 years, however long it's been. And he says, and I'm looking at the teleprompter. His teleprompter doesn't work either. So yeah, it's a mess. So we know that wokesters and leftists, everything breaks and doesn't work. So the UN, I say it needs to go bye-bye. All right. Everywhere that I went where the UN was, guys, overseas, they hated the UN. Of course, we're told that the UN goes around the world and creates peace. But President Trump was talking about how the UN funded all of these illegal immigrants coming into the United States and other countries. The UN funded it. So we pay the UN? I say, stop that bullshit. No. That thing needs to go bye-bye. All right. It was started by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds anyway, to basically control the world, New World Order. That's why they started the UN. It looks like they were pretty successful until Donald Trump came into America, at least. So he's basically scolding everybody that you guys are allowing the UN to basically fund people all over the world to come into your countries and basically make you subservient to these people that are coming into your country that have horrific, they're running from countries that are horrific on many different levels. And they're bringing that to your country and you're allowing that. So I thought that was really good. He said a lot of other things, of course. He scolded the UN. He scolded the Europeans and a lot of other stuff. So I'll be looking at more of that conversation he had. I thought it was personally, I think it was fantastic. It was basically an exposing the deep state, right? And how it's just taking over the world and causing problems all over the world, and the people, and that everybody needs to be aware of it. Now Trump also talked about how Russia, he's basically, he told the European Union, you guys need to buy oil from us. That'll put Russia out of business and they won't be able to afford the war anymore. But the European Union is like, screw you. We're going to go ahead and keep buying Russian oil. Now, it's crazy to me because they blew up the pipeline that was bringing Russian oil in at a very, very low rate, right? And a lot of the European countries have really taken it on the chin for that. So now it's being shipped through different suppliers. And of course, it's doing through tankers and it goes through intermediaries because they're not supposed to buy from Russia, but Russia sells to intermediaries. So it ups the price. And then intermediaries bring in the oil and the Europeans buy it. So, and Trump said that this is unbelievable. It's probably the first time it's ever been done where one side actually pays for the other side to go to war against it. Of course, we know that Ford Motor Company during World War II helped build tanks and all kind of crazy stuff for the Nazis. So maybe not the first time, but there has definitely been some funding anomalies, and Trump was saying this is the way you fix it. So now Trump is like, screw it. He's just throwing, like he normally does. He's just throwing all kind of crazy comments, and that's just basically to throw people off balance. And he's a master at that. Some of us are thrown off balance. We're like, nice shot, right? Charlie Kirk, that was a nice shot, all right? Not literally, of course, but figuratively, the way they worked all that. 11 days. In 11 days, they had one of the biggest Super Bowls ever, right? So that stadium that they're at, the State Farm, all right, it's a farm. The State Farm Stadium there in Arizona, basically, it's had like, I think 7 different Super Bowls there, something like that. I saw that. I don't know. I don't know. So they did a Super Bowl that had more people view it than any Super Bowl. There's like 100,000 people that were there. I guess they did. I look where on a Telegram post where they recorded 177,000. Was that accurate? Something like that. I'd have to pull it up. 177,000. No, 277,000. I'm looking at it right now. So it says our tech partners tracked over 277,000 devices in and around State Farm Stadium yesterday. They came from all across the country because Charlie pointed us all to Christ just before the rapture, right? So, and in his martyrdom, given us the courage to do the same, right? So, nice little post. You could take that multiple ways, of course, that they're basically spying on us, right? So, how far does that go? I don't know. They've been spying on us for so long, and it's like, all right. But that doesn't make it good. That doesn't make it right, of course. But anyway, so 277,000 devices that were there for the Charlie Kirk event. So we heard there was 100,000 that were watching. But in and around there were 277,000. Now, there was another thing that I saw where 100 million people had watched it. 100 million people. So not only can they follow 277,000 around the State Farm, but they can also follow and see 100 million people all over the world. So that's interesting. So a lot of people, I think, going in a positive way. We'll see, how it goes in the future. But regardless, President Trump is like throwing stuff around, right? About Russia. It's like Ukraine could have all of the land that Russia took. That's no, not ever again. So I don't know what he's about, but that's the way Trump works. He throws everybody off balance, and they're like, "Where's he going with that?" But somebody probably knows. Probably the deep state knows. All right, the deep state knows that Trump and Russia are working together. All right. So let's look at the military summary, and let's look at how Russia is basically taking apart the Nazis in Russia or in Ukraine. Well, part of the new Russia, I guess. Right? So here we have all these different cities that have fallen. Right? Military summary. Kalnadisk has fallen. Berezine has fallen. The decisive moment of the offensive, the battle for Novopolivka has begun. Berezove has fallen. Devastating strike. Serebryanka forest has fallen. The key battle began. So as you guys can see, the Zaporizhia counteroffensive, massive daylight strike all across the country. So it looks like Russia is doing some serious ass kissing, or kicking, not kissing, but kicking, all right? Kicking some serious ass, all right? I would want to be on the winning side, all right? I never thought that Ukraine was going to win. I always thought they were losers, and they were proving that. So we saw their Battle of the Bulge. I pointed that out, where Ukraine basically went into a very small area of the border. That's like, if you looked at like the Canadians coming down through a little forest in Montana and saying, "Look, we took so much of the United States." That's kind of what Ukraine did, and then they got spanked. Right? They get mauled, just like the Germans during the Battle of the Bulge. And I said, this will be Ukraine's Battle of the Bulge, because after the Germans did the Battle of the Bulge, it was like their Hail Mary, just threw the ball up there and hopefully one of their guys catches it. It didn't happen. The the other side caught the ball, and they're running it back into the end zone and scoring. Right. So this is basically what's happening. Russia against Ukraine. Now let's look at some other posts. There were at one time a lot of posts from Ukrainian lovers. And now, speaking of Ukrainian lovers, remember that one guy that was at the Trump Doral? Was it Doral or one of his golf courses, and was attempting maybe to shoot him as he came by, and he was discovered, and then he ran away, and they caught him. Just went through trial, I guess, and they convicted him of all counts. So he tried to take a pin and stab himself in the neck, in the carotid. What's going on with that neck stuff, right? That girl on the train got stabbed in the neck. We had Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck. And then we have this knucklehead basically tried to stab himself in the neck with a pin, and he got stopped. So, yes, I don't know what this neck thing is. It's like trying to control speech, I believe. That's what I think. It's a speech thing. All right, whatever it is, it's very odd, quite unanomalous at this point that there's been all these attacks against throats, right? Speaking centers. All right, so Ruslan Bevlov, he says disaster in Kupiansk, 700 Ukrainian soldiers trapped. Russian army seized the majority of the city, collapse in Seversk. Russian forces encircled the city, cutting off Ukraine's last escape route. Total chaos in Ukraine, mass surrender as soldiers raise white flags. Zelensky in agony. Kupiansk and Seversk, all but lost. Soldiers eye march on Kyiv. Pokrovsk, defense collapses. Russian forces enter the city from a new direction. So there's been a lot of defenses that have been set up, and the Russians are just going around them and cutting off their supply lines. So the pincer movement stuff that I talked about many years ago, I said the Russians need to do pincer movements, and here they are. They're doing it very successful over the last year and a half. I think about a year and a half ago, I said the Russians will now start an offense that will basically take all of Ukraine, and eventually they will be in Kyiv, and Putin will come and celebrate on Christmas. All right. So I don't know which Christmas that's going to be, if it's going to be this one or next one or what, but it's getting close. It's getting close. 3 cities on the brink of encirclement. Panic sweeps across Ukraine as Russia seeks a decisive blow. So at some point, they're going to pretty much destroy the Ukraine army. They've done that in many areas, and they moved very quickly across the landscape. But at some point, they're going to really take out. There's another major city before Kyiv, Kharkiv, I think it is, and it's got over 1.5 million people in it. So I think they're moving basically all around it and moving closer to it. I think they take that city, it's going to be the end. It's going to be the end. I think they take the port city of Ukraine within the next several months. They're definitely moving in that direction, just like I predicted. So all the things that I predicted are about to come true. So the Russians have their supply chain set up better than Ukraine. Yes, Richard, absolutely. So, and they not only the supply chain, but also they can create supplies. They can create supplies faster than the entire NATO alliance combined, even the United States. So they're producing more helicopters, more shells, more bullets, more missiles, bigger missiles, aircraft, everything on a massive scale that dwarfs anything that any other NATO country can throw at them, right? So that's, to me, I'm going to welcome the end of this because unfortunately, no one, once you've been in battle, you're like, this is all bullshit, right? So, but unfortunately, sometimes you have to do it. It will happen in U.S. cities coming up, right? That's coming. So it's coming. When it happens remains to be seen, but it's moving very, very quickly in that direction. Now, I think we're going to see their arrest coming soon, very soon. Everything seems to be lining up for that. All right. There's different talk that's coming from different people about how other people like Joe Biden, took a $200,000 payoff. Marjorie Taylor Greene was talking about that. I posted that on my X. So a lot of this stuff is getting exposed. So they've already got all these guys. Of course, I think Joe Biden gone long ago, but they still have to put a lot of this information out for the people that haven't awakened yet, right? So the Charlie Kirk incident. So now a lot of people believe this really happened. It's okay. I don't care. It doesn't make you smarter or less smart either way. The main thing that's happening is more people are waking up and moving in a direction that is going to destroy the Luciferian deep state, right? So, and that's the way it has to be. Look at those two trees back there. I don't have horns on my head. So got somebody in there's like, look, he's got horns on his head. But no, they're like, remember Julius Caesar, how he had that when you win? That's more like that, right? whatever that thing is that you put around your head. It's the crown of winning. What is that? Somebody throw that in there. So who's going to win? Who's going to win the little thing that you wear when you're successful in battle and you come in? So I'm not going to do it right now, but anyway, it'll pop up here. It's a wreath, not a wreath, but kind of like that. Laurel leaves. Yep. Yes. Laurel leaves. Yep. The wreath of laurel, something like that. Right. So, and then, sometimes they would have somebody would hold it over their head when they're in the chariot. So it wouldn't fall off or whatever. I don't know. Of ivy. No. So it's laurel leaves. Yes. So a lot of you guys got it. Thank you. Not a tiara. No, that's a women thing. And not a crown of thorns, but the wreath crown of yes. Laurel leaves. All right. Laurel leaf crown something. All right. That was fun. Thank you. It's fun to get involved here, right? Yeah. So that's what that is. So there are laurel leaves of victory. So I feel victorious always. Right? Got to have that mindset, right? All right. So San Francisco. Now, San Francisco is collapsing. A lot of housing prices. I did a show earlier where I basically gave everybody why you should not be in real estate. And if you got out of real estate 2 years ago, like I said, and invested your winnings in real estate into silver, which I know a lot of people did, and got out of the stock market for most part, not completely, because I didn't think it would go up this much, but it has, and I've done well with it. I do well when it goes up and down, up and down. It's like, it's going to go down now. So I'm not perfect, but I do quite well. Right. So, and those good, when I win in the stock market and I get the laurel leaf crown in the stock market and in crypto, I take those winnings and I put it in silver. Right. And then I invest some more and then it grows and I put more in silver and silver's doing so good now. All right. So from that wealth, massive wealth that's being built in silver, more than any beyond my wildest dreams. But thank you, God. I listen to God now. I stopped trying to believe that I was smarter. So a lot of you guys are still out there thinking you're smarter. Listen more to you, the intuitives. All right, whether they're women, which are very good at intuition, naturally, unless it's worked out of you, right? And then you can do my courses and get back to it. But most people that go into intuition never go back. Right? So you're like, God, I was so stupid back then. Why didn't I go to intuition earlier? God, all that school training and friends and family, they don't always have good meaning or good intentions because they want you to fail like them, right? Like they are failing. So if you want to do well, be intuitive, and it works out really good. All right, and or listen to intuitives, and that will work out really well for you as well. So here is some information about San Francisco. Now, this is Scott Walters. He actually wrote to me and said, thank you for, talk about me on your show. I rarely ever get anybody say thank you because I promote them, unless they do a show with me, and then they're very thankful because then they like blow up, right? I remember I had one person on, and this is just one person. I had dozens and dozens have this story, but they came on and they've been on many shows and they talked about their product, and I thought they had a really good product, and then I remember seeing them like over a year later, and they said, we did your show and we basically just stepped away from everything else we were doing because we had so much that came in that we were extremely successful. Thank you. So Scott Walters, very appreciative. And he doesn't have to be, I think he got great information. So let's listen to a little bit of it.
They still warrant the same prices. I think these prices are still somehow going to be able to be achieved. And they're not. We're seeing the days on market spike. We're seeing price reductions cool off in a reverse course in the housing market. And San Francisco is a massive, massive trouble. So without further ado, let's jump over, take a look at a current listing in San Francisco. Then we're going to meet back here and wrap it up. Let's get started.
All right, friends, buckle up, strap in, roll up your windows, lock your door.
All right, so all those are distressed properties in San Francisco. A year ago, this chart wouldn't exist. No one would have thought this except for me. Right? That I said 2 years ago, things are going to get really bad. It's time to get out, get your money. But people think that these bubbles will continue to blow up and forever. And of course, history's not been kind with people that think that way, right? So Scott does a really good job of explaining this one, and this repeats itself all over the country. Now, this is just one condo, but we have condos all across the country, especially in big cities like this.
So we bring up today's crash map, courtesy of our good fuzzy friends over at Zillow. Everything on your screen is in fact stuck on the market, chasing the market, going through price reductions. Let's jump over and take a look at today's featured San Francisco listing. All right, let's go ahead and tour today's property. And as you can see, this is in fact a luxury condo. But what you can't see is this property is actually unoccupied. It's sucking air. No owner, no tenant, no nobody. This thing is actually vacant, been staged. And unfortunately, they're paying for a property to be staged while it sits stuck on the market. They are bleeding dollars in a massive, massive way. But it gets better or worse, depending on how you look at it. Let's go ahead and dig in to some of the numbers. Today's luxury San Francisco, California condo sits stuck on the market at approximately 2.6.
All right, so this is what's been happening for a lot of properties. People saw, the massive spike that happened after the Fed dumped massive amounts of money into the system, made free money for everybody, and a lot of people took advantage of that. I never got any of that. That's okay. I'm not held accountable to, taxes or anything like that because of that. Now, a lot of people have also not paid their mortgages on a massive scale. During the Biden administration, he made it a law that people couldn't be foreclosed on, and they could continue to basically sit on property and not pay. So we're going to see on October 1st a massive shift in a lot of these people that have been taking advantage of this for a very long time in the millions. So this is going to flood the market with even more housing that's already higher. The housing that's on the market right now is even higher than 2008 timeframe, where we had a stock market crash because of a market in housing turned down. Now we still have the market like the crypto and all that stuff. We have stocks and so forth that are still going up. Crypto is going back down a little bit. I think that's a buying opportunity for a lot of those people out there that are kind of pushing it down so they can get in at a lower rate before it goes up. But we're seeing the stock market pull back just slightly. It hit new highs today. All three indices hit new highs, and it's basically pulled back a little bit before it goes higher again. All right. Now, you're going to continue to see the stock market go up. So if you're still in stocks, you're still going to see some benefit from that, but you should be taking some of that money and should take a percentage of that and have it in silver, because silver's up over 50% so far this year. And stock market is not, right? Stock market, I think since Trump came into office, is up 21%, and that's a NASDAQ. That's a lot less than 50%, right? So if you guys have been following me when I said it's time to get out of the stock market and get into silver, and a couple of years ago where I said it's time to get out of housing and get into silver, you would be extremely happy with me, and you should be, right? But if you haven't listened to that yet, it's not too late, right? So you can still take advantage of this. And the time right now is 5:55, so that means I'm right? So doesn't mean I'm right. It just means God shines on these things and says, look over here, look at that number. You're helping people. So that's the way I look at it. Anyway, this property right here was around 5 million, and they're slow rolling the numbers down because they think that it's going to turn around and go back up. Right. But they're still trying to get out at, decent price. So he goes on and he points that out. Now this has a HOA, a housing fee that you have to pay. That's almost $4,000 a month, $4,000 a month in homeowner, whatever that thing is, HOA. All right. So crazy. Who wants to do that? Nobody. It's probably gone up, just like in Florida, it's gone up massively, the HOAs. So that's another reason not to buy right now. All right, now look at this price right here.
2.5 million, they're stuck on the market.
All right, so they started putting this on the market back when it was almost 5 million, over $4 million. It's down 42% in the last 2 years. So again, if you listen to Mike and put your money in silver, you wouldn't be like in this particular piece of property. If it were to sell right now, they would be down. I don't know where they got in at, but from the high, they would be down 42%. Now, if they had invested in silver over the last couple of years, it's up over 100%, right? Doubled. So which would you rather do? 42% down in the hole or 100% positive? That's 150% round trip, right? Just about. So that's some of the things that I like to point out to help you guys become the masters of your reality, like I talk about in my first intuition course. Become the master of your reality. So this is the way you do it. You start to look at these things, and you're like, "That's housing bullshit." So I'm not gonna buy a house. I'm going to rent because I won't be paying all the crazy, homeowner fees or, insurance that's skyrocketing, tripling, doubling, quadrupling, tripling, quadrupling. Should have gone that direction. But same thing with, taxes. Taxes have been going sky high because everything's been going up. So if you've been sitting on the sidelines and just renting and waiting to ambush, right, instead of running out in the field and getting slaughtered, which a lot of people have been, it would definitely work in your favor. Now, we're going to continue to see some problems with the weather. I think the good guys have been maybe keeping it at bay, or maybe the deep state is like, let them get comfortable, right? And we're not only we're going to hit them with crazy weather, but we're also going to hit them with earthquakes and tsunamis and all kinds, and not just in America. I'm talking the world, right? So there was another massive hurricane still out in the Atlantic. I think it got up to Cat 4. It's curling around and it's heading for Europe, right? So just because the United States think, oh, it's okay, Europe's going to get that. Europe's going to get a lot of rain, right? And a lot of snow. So snow is going to start falling in the next few days, because remember, Mike said we're probably going to see hurricanes and snow, right? Colorado is going to get some snow here in the next few days, Colorado mountains. Now look at this. Here's a couple of hurricanes that could possibly impact the U.S.
Update that Invest 94L has shifted a little bit further towards the west, showing an even more westward push going towards western Bahamas potentially, and maybe even affecting the east coast of Florida. Still could get pushed out through the east-northeast, but it could be really close towards the coast, or it could turn inland, getting blocked by the high pressure and going west instead of east. Showing it is at 60% still in the next 7 days, 20% in the next 48 hours. Still spreading heavy rainfall off and start strengthening up, and it could wobble towards the west a little bit, or more likely get pulled out through the north still. And you can see right past this, it could go right towards the coast, either a little bit west towards Georgia, so towards South Carolina. You've seen a big group here of a lot of strong possibilities of something to form up.
Wow, look at all those hurricanes. No, that's just different models where it shows potentials. So you see heading down to Key West, all the way up in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, different strengths, all kind of crazy stuff. Doesn't mean it's going to happen like the rapture. It may or may not happen, right? So just something to just be aware of. But, you know, I saw a lot of these things hitting the United States, and they haven't yet. You know, but there's been many times where I thought I was wrong, but I ended up being right. So, it looks like things are really going to turn around on those, and they're really going to get slammed very hard. The people that push that, I think a lot of them have already gone bye-bye. All right, Fauci and BRICS and Burks or Burks. I think she's gone. Because it was like a totally different person, kind of like you know, that person that plays Charlie Kirk's wife. There's like a couple different ones, and I know some of you guys don't want to hear it, but you know, you gotta wake up to this stuff. Because I look at President Trump saying, screw Russia. I'm like, we know that you guys are working together, right? And you're taking down Ukraine, you're taking down NATO Nazis and so forth. But you know, he has to play the game to a certain extent. He has to make those comments like Operation Warp Speed, all the different things that happen. I think those are fantastic. Those were basically taking down the deep state, little by little, right? Central casting, that's right. So you guys know, President Trump talked about central casting a lot. Look at central casting. Look at him, central casting. Central casting. He said central casting so many times. He doesn't say anymore because he's like, he's already told us. If you're not aware of it by now, it's like you'll catch up eventually. But meantime, you know, we see a lot of this stuff, and we're like, oh yeah, and we're taking care of business. We're getting you know, some of our stock in silver, some of our money out of the stocks, but in silver. And selling our houses before they collapse. So we're doing the right things. There's a lot of different things. That's it. Yeah. Did somebody say that I'm Michael Jacob 2.0? And that is, yes, MJ, they're gone. But there were people that were saying I was 2.0. Remember that? And that was when I started using LifeWave, right? So they're like, oh, that guy's so young. He's got to be 2.0. And I was like, oh, it's so funny. And I remember Juan was like, give me shit about it. And I was like, Juan, they said the same thing about you. And then they said that I'd been taken down to Guantanamo and executed. And I was like, I forget what they said. I had the option of being hung or shot, and I chose to be shot or hung. I don't know which one. And then Juan was laughing at me. Jacob. I was like, oh, really? So I showed Juan where that guy had said the same thing about him. And he's like, oh. Yeah, it's all fun and games until the real shit hits the fan, and they're getting it, right? So it's going to be good. Yes, it's going to be good. Now let's look at the Drudge report. So Drudge, which used to be the thing, it was the only one. I remember when I was in the CIA, we would like, what's the Drudge say today? You know, we'd be talking about the Drudge report, and then they sold it to like liberals. Like, what the fuck? Of course, you know, I used to talk like that, but sorry about that. I slipped. All right, slipped back in my old ways. All right, and let's look at this clown show of you know, online magazine or news. In major shift, Trump now thinks Ukraine can win back all of its territory taken by Russia. Yes, it's part of the movie, right? So that you guys like Drudge and ABC and CNN will report on that. And everybody will go when Russia wins and takes over all of Ukraine and the deep state's done because they threw everything at it. Not even Poland. Poland has said they're not going to send anybody because they were saying they were going to send 10,000 people into the border and into Russia or into Ukraine. Now they're saying, no. Right? We've already lost thousands of Polish that have changed uniform and put on the Ukrainian uniform and got slaughtered at the Russian front. We're not going to do that anymore. And that's happened with Brits and French and Americans and you name it. There's been quite a slaughter fest at the Russian front, just like in World War II. If someone screwed up, they sent them to the Russian front. Oh, yeah, you're going to the Russian front. Well, but I thought I was doing good. No, Hitler said no. He didn't like the fact that you were doing good, and he looked bad because you're doing so good. So we're going to send you to the Russian front. That's kind of the way the deep state is, and the Democrats and the leftists. They always lose because they're stupid, right? Eventually, they're going to do stupid. So when you know that, then you start to look at stuff like that, like Trump now thinks Ukraine can win back to blah, blah, blah. It's like, you guys are screwed up. You're stupid. Ruthlessly mocks paper tiger Moscow. Yeah, like all that stuff I showed you. They're paper tiger, right? Yeah, okay. He knows. Dumps Putin. Relationship didn't mean anything. Because he was basically trying to get, you know, the exposed NATO, which he did. Because he said, we can win this war if you buy fuel from the United States. It was going to cost them, but they would have destroyed Russia. But they wanted to go with cheaper, and so they're funding the war. They're funding the war. So he exposed that. See how that works? And now they're saying, Trump said he could take it all back. So it's like, God, I love it. I love how he works them. So he went scorched earth, like I talk about the UN. Your countries are going to hell. Right? They are. They're satanic. They've taken in satanic rulership and so forth. Reveals plan for AI to control biological weapons, escalator breaks, teleprompter breaks. It's a shit show at the UN. He could have fixed it for $500 million and made it way better. Marble floors, and they don't have marble floors. They got like cheap ass floors, and everything's breaking. Now look at this. New York City telecom threat foiled. Cache of devices plot to crash cell network. So the UN, with, of course, their deep staters, they're supporting the deep state. So they were basically stopping 911 calls in certain areas through the UN, so that their gangs could make money stealing and so forth. And this is happening across New York, where gangs are, going into malls and all kind of crazy stuff, stealing, going in houses, stealing. This is happening on a massive scale in California now. And I'm going to show a little bit of that. All right. So this is Cash Jordan. He doesn't need any help from me promoting his site because he's got 1.5 million people, right? But it is good to point out, people that are really doing a good job. And I think Cash he makes really good videos, right? He takes information and puts it together, and, it's kind of like me. He laughs about it. He makes fun of the stupid people that, do all this stuff. So let's watch a little bit of that. Gangs empty LA Plaza as California's let them loot policy implodes.
Top of that sanctuary state status, things just keep going in the wrong direction.
Law enforcement arrested 3 members of a burglary crew from South America. Police tell us this crew is linked to burglaries across Southern California.
Now, 3 people taken into custody around 2 this afternoon on Fremont Street, right in front of the Da Vinci Apartments. In fact, one of the people in custody, detectives say, lives in the apartment complex. Detectives with the Ventura County Sheriff's Department say they've been working this case for some time and decided to make the arrest when they saw the 3 alleged thieves.
So right off the bat, these criminals, they've been breaking into homes and apartments for over a month now. And the news also tells us that they're not from the United States. And here they are committing these home invasions in a place that protects people from deportation and won't turn you over to ICE if they arrest you, which makes you wonder if the sanctuary status criminals enjoy has anything to do with what attracts them to a place like this, where once they arrive, they find out that local laws are generally powerless to stop criminals because, as the news tells us, there's just so much crime going on all the time.
All right, so when I was in the casino business as a security manager, we would have people that would burglarize the casino. We have it on video. We had all the proof. We would stop them and hold them for law enforcement. Law enforcement would show up, and if they, and this is in Utah, California was a lot worse. They had the same policies, which was right across the street, California. But, and if we had somebody that would run over to California, we'd be like, there's no way we're going to be able to get them back. So California, we had really good relationship with the Utah police, but not so much with California, right? California, their laws are just like handcuff the police. So if they came in to the casino and they stole something, it had to be on a certain threshold. It had to be above $995. So anything below that, they would give them a misdemeanor and let them go. If it was above that, and we could prove that, then they would arrest them. That's crazy, right? What the F? All right. If they steal a little boy or a little girl's doll or his little drum set or whatever, they should go to jail. All right. But they would come in and steal, and we basically run them off and don't come back. Even though they said we get the stuff back from them, because we had security monitoring cameras and everything. It's like, these guys are stealing, so we come in and kind of like sneak up on them and then catch them. It's like, okay, put it back and don't come back ever again, or we'll arrest you for trespassing. So, and that's how we would get a lot of people trespassing. So we give them warning. They come back on property. It's like, no, we caught you stealing. You have to leave the property. We'd have to give them 3 warnings, 3 trespass warnings, and then we could arrest them, and we could arrest them for trespass. That was most of what we would arrest people for. So people come in and all drunk and falling down and, cussing and trying to start fights. We basically tell them, all right, we wouldn't arrest them for drunk in public. We would arrest them for trespassing. We'd say, okay, you need to leave because you're a drunken idiot. I wouldn't say that, but when I showed up, everybody calmed down and they're like, yes, sir, we're out. So, but my staff, they would argue with them and so forth. But we would, the ones that were really bad, I would say, okay, I'm giving you a trespass warning. You have to leave. And they would like argue. It's like, you don't have the right to like make me leave. Like they had some kind of right to be there and be an asshole and cause problems and steal and cause fights and all that bullshit, right? So I was like, no, you have to leave. Here's your second warning. If I give you a third, we're going to arrest you. And that's how we arrested most people, for trespassing, right? So all of this criminal activity that you see, unless it meets a certain threshold, they can't be arrested. And they have to have it on their person when the police catch them or they get off. Crazy.
It's impossible to lock up everybody at once. But what's truly shocking is these people, they've been on a spree for over a month, and they had to get to the top of the criminal food chain here to even get any police attention. That's how overwhelmed law enforcement is. But now the problem is these folks are being taken into custody by a legal system that intends to release them as quickly as possible.
Up into an unoccupied parked car. That's when they were taken into custody. People who live in the Da Vinci apartment say they are thankful everything happened without anyone getting hurt.
We heard that they tracked down a criminal organization and some of those people were living in our building. So I'm very happy to hear that they've been found out and taken care of. I would say in general, we don't have really any fear or concern living in this building.
Well, look, nobody's got any fear or concern of living anywhere until it's too late. And the real problem is this has not been taken care of. This is a sanctuary state. Every criminal that gets arrested, if ICE knows they're in the country illegally or they're visiting, and now because they're committing crimes, they can be deported. If they say, hey, why don't you hold on to these 3 home invaders who've been robbing homes for a month? You know what? The police and the jailers are not allowed to cooperate at all. They have to release those people. They're not allowed to honor those ICE detainers. And this is why you see ICE agents raiding so many businesses in places like California, because they're not allowed to go and get these criminals in the jails after they're disarmed and have already been arrested. They have to track them down when they're in the community, blending in, living seemingly normal lives while they're actually federal fugitives with extremely horrendous rap sheets. But the other problem is even criminals who are in the country legally benefit from the way.
All right, so this is what's happening all over California right now. These flash mobs. We've seen these flash mobs all over the country, but in California, it's at the ridiculous level.
California operates, because where else can a 12-year-old kid get away with 6 years of crime, stealing things and never facing any consequences before they hit 18 years old, at which point they'll be a hardened criminal who's essentially got a master's degree in theft before they've even graduated high school. With a system in place that not only protects criminals but also trains them and raises them up, it's no wonder we got rampant crime in this place.
Now, we haven't confirmed that these people were part of a criminal organization.
Now, this is one of the things that Trump ran on. He's going to make America civil again, right? Civil, so that we can have discourse and not have people shoot at us. Right? Civil, that we can basically arrest people for criminality, and there should be consequences. When I was growing up, I can't even imagine that. I can't imagine any of that. The parents would have came down and like kicked everybody's ass, right? And then the police would have been like, "Yeah, good job," right? There wouldn't have been any court cases because the judges would be like, "What are you doing? I'm gonna because you're in my court, I'm gonna make this 4 times worse." Right, you're going to go to jail for 4 times what you normally would. So that's the way it used to be, but it's been a slow, defilement by the Democrat Party and the leftists.
Detectives tell us that they are all in their 30s, and evidence like camouflage clothing was found in their car. Now, back here live to see
That's crazy.
is clear, but we do have detectives who are serving a search warrant inside the Da Vinci apartments at the department where one of those men.
So look, if these people have a safe house in this very same building, they got a car full of camouflage. To that, an unwillingness to fund local police departments. Well, pretty soon, in fact, this is happening already, there just aren't enough resources around to stop the bad guys when they come knocking with their crowbars and pickaxes. And remember who these criminals are. These aren't people who woke up one day and just decided to do this for the first time. These are people with years of experience. And here's another way to look at this whole crime situation. Many of these people, they've got half a decade or more of criminal history behind them. They've been stealing for years, which means they've got more experience being criminals than the police have training in the art of taking them down and even making arrests. California is creating these people by refusing to punish them when they steal even the smallest of items. And look what that leads to. That leads to businesses and homes getting cleared out en masse. They've gone through it all. They've battled arrest, evaded police, and then they've escaped justice after the courts set them free, leaving the law-abiding and businesses like this one sitting ducks.
Hard to believe that everything was taken within a couple minutes, literally in minutes. They came and they took everything from us.
And the new surveillance cameras Jennifer Paciente's father installed capture what's now put the family business on the brink. The burglars broke through walls of an adjoining business to gain access.
They made holes.
They broke into two businesses.
They brought like a saw to drill through the safe.
Yep, that's what they wanted, the safe. And you see here, that's what they found, full of those MoneyGrams and the family savings, an estimated haul of $100,000 in cash.
Wow.
This is the third time.
The third time that this place has been broken into. And they had $100,000 sitting there. Now, I know that some of you watching this are going to say that, hey, these people are idiots. They shouldn't have. Without jails, without people in those jails who've been convicted of crimes, this whole cycle is going to continue. People are going to continue doing things like shoplifting. They're going to do it so much that they then decide to go after bigger fish, to do break-ins with tools that you use to climb a mountain. They'll break into.
All right. So this is happening, obviously, on a massive scale. We haven't even seen the weapons yet, guys. We haven't seen the weapons come out yet. The weapons are coming. All right. And the weapons are going to be devastating. And it's going to be crazy. We've already seen the weapons in other places. We saw them in New Zealand. Remember that one shooter in New Zealand that went to all the mosques and so forth? I called bullshit on that right away. That was basically some kind of BB or pellet gun, or I used to go out with a group, and we used to like do paintball shooting, running through the woods and doing groups and all kind of stuff. I'd help train those guys. It was a lot of fun. But that one shooting where that is something they're trying to do to basically take our weapons away from us. Now, at some point, it's not working in America, worked in Canada, worked in New Zealand, worked in Australia, pretty much all of Europe, and probably South America, probably the guns eventually come out. The guns are going to come out, the real ones, right? Because they've done what they can to take away. In California, they limited the number of magazines you can have and guns and all kind of crazy stuff, and gotten away with it. And some of the northeastern states as well. This is going to be very tragic for those people that are going to try and protect themselves at some point. So you'll see fairly massive loss of life in those areas that basically have taken away the guns. And same thing in other countries where they started taking away the guns. Now I know in Canada, it's a more recent thing, so people still have their guns. so they'll do better. But in Australia, it's been a long time. You know, they took away the guns, and everybody was like, yeah, let's give up our guns. It's the right thing to do. And maybe there's a few people still have them, but on the most part, no, not so much, right? New Zealand, pretty much gone. So they're at risk, heavy risk, because this will be a worldwide thing that's coming. Pretty much every country throughout the world has had massive immigration problems. And that's the deep state basically moving us to the point where they're basically going to take over the world. So we're going to have to fight back, unfortunately, and stop them from happening. Now, President Trump is doing the best he can. That's why he was at the UN, you know, thrashing all of the countries that have allowed these criminal aliens to come in. They need to be pushing back. He's giving the example of the United States. So trying to shame them into doing it. Maybe their populace will start to push back and will demand for that to happen. That's the only way it happens, guys. So if you don't start to get involved and start to push back and start to get involved in your local cultures and towns and so forth, and push back on this, it's really gonna come at you. It got way out of control. Same thing in Canada. They were basically putting people in concentration camps, especially in Australia. So they pushed a long way. Then when people, you know, grouped up and started to push back, they brought out direct-to-injury weapons on people, burn people, all kind of stuff with direct-to-injury weapons. So those governments in some of these countries are like way out of control. So you're gonna have some problems going forward in those countries. All right. So Argentine assets soar as Vicente, that's the here in the United States, the money man, offers Melu a lifeline. So basically saying that their market was in panic mode. Scott Bessent came in, and our U.S. Treasury Secretary said all options are on the table for the Trump administration. So Argentina was definitely where the Nazis went after World War II. There's Bavarian cities in Argentina. We know that basically the Germans took over the Argentine political class. Don't cry for me, Argentina. So totally took it over. And that is being turned around by Melu. And so now we have Melu and U.S. President Donald Trump will meet Tuesday. So the stocks in Argentina today or yesterday, I don't know when was this? September 22nd. So yesterday, stocks like blew up. It's like, and they were crashing. And so they blew up because he's basically taking down the deep state in Argentina, the Nazis in Argentina. Russia's taking down the deep state in Ukraine, and in the process destroying NATO. So there is some, of course, President Trump is saying Russia bad, but on backside chance, because he just had Putin in Alaska, rolled out the red carpet, literally, for Putin, and I'm sure they had some nice conversations, right? There was a time where I used to be in on those conversations, so I'm glad I wasn't in on that one, because you don't want to hear what those guys talk about. Right? It's not something that's pleasing, I can tell you, because there's a lot of manipulation and control out there, and they awaken you on a level. It's like, that's, and so I know a lot of you don't like that going on right now. You're like, oh, I really want to believe that Charlie Kirk got shot, and his wife, that was really her, and she was crying for him, and there's going to be a beautiful movement for Charlie Kirk, and I really want to believe all that. It's fine, but I think at this point you should be using critical thinking and seeing through that. But it is what it is. All right, so that's a lot. That's a lot. I did a lot of research today. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Appreciate it. Lots of love to you guys. Stay in the love vibration. I will see. Yes. Bye-bye, deep state. All right. Absolutely, Janet. I will see you guys next time. Stay in the love vibration.
September 17, 2025. Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers, and welcome back to Conversations of Consequence, where each month I feature one of the important voices of our time to weigh in on the incredible events that are unfolding before our very eyes in this global defense war as we fight to take back our country, restore our freedoms, and enter into the golden age. And joining us here today for an engaging conversation is my special guest and good friend, Michael Jacob. Michael Jacob is a retired veteran with over 24 years in naval special warfare and over 2 years in naval diving and salvage, over 11 years as a contract and direct contract security operative for the U.S. State Department and CIA operations in combat zones. Michael has dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government in high-risk environments. Michael has demonstrated exceptional interpersonal and public relations skills with documented success in leadership and management roles and an extraordinary ability to determine group dynamics that allow a strong rapport at all levels. Extensive background in both basic and advanced SEAL tactics, high-risk training and interagency programs with proven expertise in risk management, risk mitigation, and conflict resolution. Michael Jacob is a powerful intuitive that helped him survive and thrive after his military and government service. Perhaps he will share with us some examples of his innate talent and how he has used this in military intelligence and in his civilian life. And so Michael has also, as many of you well know, is a popular podcast platform and is also a wartime correspondent on the monthly panel show that I am the host of and produce called The Global Defense War. Michael joins us every month on that panel, and he joins me right now. Please welcome Michael Jacob.
Thank you, John.
Good to see you, Mike. I'd like to talk with thank you. I'd like to talk with you about your service in various capacities to this country, your intuitive skills and experiences, as well as have you weigh in on the current events. So we're going to get there, folks, including the Charlie Kirk event, which has galvanized this world. Perhaps it's the shot heard around the world, I don't know. But before we get to that, let's wind the clock back, if you will, Michael, just a couple of years. At about what age were you when you decided to serve in military and intelligence capacity? And what was the inspiration, a person or a triggering event? What was it that put you onto this incredible journey and pathway that you're still on and have been on, as we mentioned in the introduction, for 34 years?
Well, I saw the movie Frogmen with Richard, I think it was Widmark. And that movie influenced me, and I was like, that's what I'm going to do when I grow up. They're World War II era movie. It's pretty much a documentary, if you will, to a certain extent, of capabilities of Navy frogmen. And I was like, that's what I'm going to do. And eventually, once I went into the Navy, I was like, I'm going into the SEAL team. So President Kennedy in 1962 created the Navy SEAL teams. And I said, I'm going to be a Navy SEAL. And then once I got into the SEAL teams, I was like, well, I keep striving for the highest level. So I wanted to go to SEAL Team 6, which is the pinnacle of being a Navy SEAL. Went to SEAL Team 6, and I was actually in a combat operations in Panama. And then I was like, well, another dream that I had was to be like a James Bond type guy. Once I got out of the SEAL teams, I went into contracting for the CIA through Blackwater, and eventually I became a direct hire through the CIA. And I went to combat zones all over the world. Now, my intuitive abilities, that's when they really started to come out. And I was able to, know when attacks were coming and so forth. Very, very amazing skills.
Yeah, well, that gift on the intuitive level is, perhaps we'll jump into it a little bit later. more than likely saved a lot of lives and served you and your team in military on the ground, thus serving this country. Interesting that you've these movies and so forth inspired you, and you actually became what you envisioned yourself to do. That's a wonderful thing, because most people that go through this journey called life don't get there. So congratulations to you, and the mark you've left is probably not even measurable. And you're, in terms of your past work, of course, you're still at it in a different capacity today. So Mike, you've dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. government, again, in high-risk environments. While I'm sure there are many, many particular moments or missions or events, is there any that you can and feel comfortable sharing with us, maybe a specific or two regarding the experience and your intuition and how that was applied, perhaps in combat? And I'm sure our viewers would be highly interested in learning about that. And I know, look, a lot of folks, they watching this, they all know who Michael Jacob is. But you know what, Mike? As you well know, there's a lot of people waking up every hour in this country and world, and they are just learning about you. So this will be a great episode for those folks, and even those that know Michael. Perhaps we'll pick up a few new things here. So would you share something with us, Michael, about those skills and how they were applied, perhaps in a given situation? A storyline, if you want to share that with us. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. So I pretty much developed my skills, my intuitive skills, over a period of time. In the SEAL teams, there were some of us that had these abilities to kind of know things. I would gravitate to some of those guys. Not all of us developed them, but some of us were a little bit of a standout. I noticed it from Vietnam veterans and so forth. They seemed to know things. Where we would do training missions, and they would like hold us up. It was like they right up ahead, they have an ambush set up for us, and we got to walk through it anyway for training. So, but they had these incredible abilities, and I started to see that, and I was like, I want to have that too. I think that's incredible. So they actually start, because like we just talked about, the things you focus on most are the things you eventually will attract you. So being very, very disciplined and very, very focused, I was able to attract some of those capabilities to myself. And so they continue to excel and get better and better over time. One of the things that I did when I went into the CIA was to start to really tap into those skills. Just before I went into the CIA, I went through what I call a remote viewing course. And it was a Native American course where I did very spiritual work. I learned how to meditate on a deep level and send my consciousness out to. At the time, it was just to view the trail, and I was able to accurately view a trail that I'd never been down before in detail. So it's like, this stuff is real. So I started to utilize that in combat zones. Before my groups would go out, I would remote view the road up ahead, and if there was a threat that I could see, I would hold up my team until the threat was removed by some Army movements, or unfortunately, someone got the blast that maybe had been intended for us. So those skills started to advance. They get better and better over time. I started to get to the point where I could see into the future a couple of days and see events that were coming. So I just kind of like asked myself, okay, what is coming that could affect us? And one of those was I saw an attack coming. I was on the Ambassador Bremer detail, and I was like, we can't go out this gate on this day. I knew there was going to be some kind of blast. At the time, there were no attacks in Iraq. We had just taken down Saddam Hussein. He was in prison. Everything seemed to be great. The Marines had come through, basically taken over all of Iraq. There was no problems. But I just had this really strong feeling, and I always trusted my intuition when they were that strong, that if we went out the gate on a 9:30 in the morning to go shoot on the range, that it would not be good. So I devised a way that I could, keep the team from going out during that time frame. I said, let's stop, let's slow down. I want to brief this. And so I was briefing, and I was like, that time was coming up, and I was like, what is going to happen? Am I going to look like a knucklehead here? And then at 9:30, there was a massive blast. And it was at the gate that I anticipated there was going to be an attack, and then another blast. So it was 2 car bombs that came up on the gate. It was the first car bombs that had been used, and that I probably first time in I don't know if the first time, probably not the first time in history, but definitely the first time in Iraq during that time frame. We would have been going through that gate. I don't know if we were targeted. They somehow found out what we were going to be doing or what happened, but I knew not to do that. We ran up onto the roof. We're at the palace, Saddam Hussein's palace, and we ran up to the roof and we looked out, and there was just mayhem out there. So that was one of the early, really strong indications that, you know, I have this ability that can really help humanity. And then fast forward, so this is one of my, I think one of the best ones that came out of this, and that was finding Osama bin Laden, because we had been looking for Osama bin Laden for years, and it was everyone in the CIA was looking for him, the military was looking for him. I started to focus on him, and I was like, where is Osama bin Laden? And I felt that he was in Pakistan, where I was and had been for quite some time. So I just started sending him love. So there's one of the things that we can do is influence environments. So I'd learned how to find different terrorist groups or sources, heads of, and first one I saw was Zarqawi. I had surrounded Zarqawi with love, and eventually within a year, Zarqawi was taken out. And that was by SEAL Team 6 guys. They basically came in and targeted a laser target designator on his compound and blew it up, and then they got his remains and made sure it was him. So I'd been involved in a couple of those from a spiritual aspect, and had targeted. I felt, you know, led by God, the angelic realm, if you will, to actually, you know, focus on some of these particular really bad people, terrorists that were killing a lot of people. And so bin Laden was one of them. We've been looking for him for a long time. Everybody was like, if we get bin Laden, then that's going to be the turning point. That was, you know, pie in the sky, as we know now. But so we were looking for him, and so I'm focused on him. And we had a doctor that we were meeting with, and I was in this one city in Pakistan. And so we were meeting with this doctor, and this doctor would go down to the border and work with the terrorists. He would, you know, fix them up after they've been across the border, whatever. He would fix them. And so we're trying to get information from him. You've seen Osama bin Laden? He's like, no, haven't seen him. Don't know anything about it. No one knows anything about him, where he is, anything. So the case officer that I was working with, she was like, I think I'm going to dump this guy, because that was kind of their standard at the time. They would work with people, and if they didn't lead them to bin Laden, because everybody was really focused on getting bin Laden, they would dump them and find somebody else. So the case officer I was working with, she's like, I'm going to dump this guy. And I just had that intuition that he was going to lead us to bin Laden. And I told her, we don't dump this guy. I think he's going to lead us to bin Laden. That's what I'm getting. And a lot of people that I work with downrange knew that I had these capabilities, intuition and so forth. And she's like, okay. So we did work with him a little bit longer. And he was the doctor that actually went into the compound where bin Laden was and where his kids were. And he did the tongue suppressor thing to check him out. And he took the tongue suppressors and put them in his bag. And they brought those tongue suppressors back. They did the DNA test, and it's like, that's bin Laden's kids. And so they knew he was in that compound. So fast forward, maybe months later, it was SEAL Team 6, and I was at SEAL Team 6 and SEAL Team 6 Red Squadron. So Red Squadron was the squadron that I was at. So you have these, you know, things that happen to you over synchronicities that happen to you over time to kind of give you an idea that you're on the right track, or, you know, the things that you're focused on are correct. So I focused on, like I said, Osama bin Laden, you know, sending him love. And, you know, some are like, well, please don't send me love. If I sent most of you love, you would power up and you'd be good. But if I send love to someone that's dark, has dark energy, demonic realm type stuff, then it's going to lessen their capabilities within that realm, because they don't do well in that love frequency. So I'm basically lessening their energy fields and making them vulnerable. So it attracted basically my old SEAL team to come in and take him out. So my old SEAL team came in. That's where they came in with a helicopter, the one that, kind of the tail crashed, and fortunately the guy survived. And then another helicopter came in and dropped off some more guys. And I think they were using fast ropes. And probably the fast rope, they were trying to come in too low, and the fast rope, the prop blast, took the helicopter and took it down. That's my thoughts on that. But anyway, they go in, they go in and they take out Osama bin Laden. And it's interesting because the dog that they were using, so we have bomb sniffing dogs and dogs that are attack dogs. This particular dog that they had on their mission was a dog that I'd worked with during Ambassador Bremer's detail. And this dog was like a great dog, and Malamute, or I think that's what they're called. Beautiful dog, sweet dog, but he had this crazy little thing where if you were petting him, one of my SEAL buddies was petting him, and he just went rah, 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 right at his crotch. And I was like, okay, we're gonna have to put this dog off. He's not gonna be able to work with us anymore. Can't be around Ambassador Bremer and going crazy like that. So unfortunately, we brought in another dog, and the other dog, of course, the blind sniffer dog. It was great, no problem. So this dog, I went to another site working for the State Department where it was in Diwania, and this dog happened to be at that site. So I come into the room where the dog is, because I'm in charge of everyone that's there, security wise, and I see the dog, and I'm like, oh, that's the dog we had to get rid of. And the dog trainer was like, I'll make sure he's not around everybody. I was like, okay, he's a great dog, just make sure, and that's great. So eventually that dog goes, and the SEAL Team 6 guys get him. So we're, still trading him off. He goes to Afghanistan now, and the SEAL Team 6, my old squadron, gets the dog, and the dog is like really protective of other dogs that come in. So he's like, rah, 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 the SEAL Team 6 guys, and they're like, oh, he's a crazy dog. He's just like we are. We're all crazy, so he'll work. So that was a dog that went on that. So it was my SEAL team that went in, SEAL Team 6 Red Squadron, and the dog that I had, basically helped stay in service. Very, very amazing synchronicities that happen in life. These are some of the things I like to teach people, tapping into these higher consciousness realms. You see a synchronicity. A synchronicity is something that's very odd, but, kind of relates to what you're doing. And it basically guides you that you're on the right path. Everything you're doing, stay on this path and do well. So that's one of the big ones, a couple of big ones that I was involved with over time.
I'd say so. Those intuitive skills, as you shared the stories with us, are actually part of history, and have actually changed the course of history. If you think this through, it's pretty remarkable. And we thank you for your service and for these incredible gifts you have. You answered a question I was going to ask. Thanks for clarifying. The question would have been, why sending love? And now we have a better understanding because you've delved into that. I'm just curious, like I asked you earlier, when did you decide, what triggered you to get on the pathway of the career and service that you had? I asked the same question about your intuitive skills. While you mentioned the Vietnam veterans and so forth was a triggering event, did you have any conscious or subconscious awareness that you could reflect upon today that of these intuitive skills, perhaps even before the Vietnam experience, maybe earlier on in life? Go ahead. It looks like you're saying yes. You want to share some of that with us?
Question.
Yeah.
So when I was very small, I was pretty sickly. Had lung issues, and my parents and family didn't think that I was going to survive, and so I didn't know that. When I got better, I remember I would see an angel. An angel would come, and I was like, "Oh, there's an angel. I'm going to get better now." And like the next day, I would be up and I would be about. So the angels were watching over me. I knew they were watching over me. I would tell my mother, "Everything's going to be okay. The angels are always there." And, grown-ups, most people are like, oh, that's child's imagination. So, okay, yeah, well, show me the next time you see the angel. And so there were several instances. Like I said, I was pretty sickly, and I would see angel after angel after angel. I remember their size and their shapes, and what they would wear. One of them was very interesting because now that I look back on it, it was wearing medieval clothing, like from the Renaissance and so forth. And I thought that was kind of unusual because people didn't wear that kind of clothing anymore. Usually they're in like these robes and so forth, or like very shimmering type of gown type things, and they were kind of masculine, kind of feminine, so a cross between that. The last one that I saw was Archangel Michael, and Archangel Michael, the angels would communicate with me telepathically. So Archangel Michael said, but I went through SEAL training and diving training, all that kind of stuff. So I've been able to master it and overcome it. But it is pretty impressive. I had another Archangel Michael experience in Iraq again, where I saw my death, and I said to myself when I saw my body blown to pieces, I was like, oh, I'm not having an out of body experience. I'm having this is my last time here on Earth. I'm going to go to the other side, I guess. And then I got this present. I felt this presence, and I look up, and there was Archangel Michael again. Huge wingspan, but this time the wings are out. Before the wings were, in. So I got to see, and I was like, oh, it's like amazing. And then I felt this love energy come at me and just light me up. And that's why I'm the guy that does the love now, because I got that love energy from Archangel Michael, and I project it out now in this reality. So it's pretty amazing. So I went back in time, back into my body, and I sat up, and it's like, boom, huge explosion off in the distance. And I was like, that angel saved me. So it deflected the missile that was coming in to, blow me up. So very, very interesting, things that happen to you. Like I talk about when you're on this path, you never know where it's going to lead you. It's pretty impressive. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an incredible story and an experience and journey. You are one of the called, clearly, that have been protected and guided and chosen, and you certainly have answered the call through the work that you've done. And pretty amazing. It's my understanding, I'm not that well schooled in the Archangel world. I know that Archangel Michael has a specific role. Would that be phrased properly? If so, what is that? And you mentioned very big. It's also my understanding that, we're spiritual beings, and of course, and the gravity in our bodies, 5 feet, 6 feet tall, whatever we are, inhibits our true self. So it doesn't surprise me that an archangel might be 20 feet tall, because maybe that's why we feel so good when we're in a building that's got tall ceilings. Oh, my apartment or my home's 18-foot ceilings, and you feel good there because maybe we're that big, or am I just in Looney Tune land? And what's Archangel Michael's role or duty if you're able to? You have a relationship of sort and experience. Perhaps you can comment on that.
Yeah, it's Archangel Michael is the guardian of warriors, and he obviously protects everyone. Though anyone can call Archangel Michael in for protection, He has a sword, and that's one of the reasons why he's a sword warrior. But there's a lot of pictures. And this was another thing. I wrote a book called The Intuitive Warrior, and about this period of time that I'm speaking of. And there was like a group, boys club of Paris, wanted me to come and talk about it. It's like they were going to do a year of sending out positive energy for peace. They were going to meditate on it. And I was like, wow. So they invited me, and they paid all my expenses. My wife and I came out there for a couple of weeks, and we, had conversations with them. I was touring Paris and just walking the streets just randomly, And I come around this corner, and there is Archangel Michael, this huge statue of Archangel Michael with the devil under his feet. And I was like, that is the angel that I saw. It's the perfect statue of Archangel Michael. So it's a fountain in Paris of Archangel Michael with the devil under his feet, and he's got a spear that he's like pinning the devil down. That's similar to what I do, kind of like what I described when I send the love to these different negative groups here or beings here on Earth. I see demonic figures on them, and so I surround them with that love light. So it's kind of like I'm one of Archangel Michael's angels here on Earth, fighting the demonic realm and fighting evil, but also helping uplift people. And that's one of the most powerful and most important things that I do, I feel.
Wow, the terms that comes to my mind, you've been deputized by Archangel Michael to serve on everyone in his behalf. Well done, my good and faithful son, as someone once said. You speak of love. Of course, love is the highest vibrational energy there is. That's impenetrable from darkness. I'm not an expert, perhaps, of these terms, but MLK's got some great quotes on love and hate and this sort of a thing. And you shared some personal journeys and experiences on that. I want to move us forward because I know our audience also wants to eavesdrop on our conversation about what you think transpired recently concerning Charlie Kirk. And we are going to get to that. But before we do, when was it that you launched your podcast, and what inspired you to do that at that time? And I'd be curious to know about that.
Yeah, so my podcast is kind of like a progressive type thing. I remember I was doing going into combat zones. I did that for like well over 11 years, 12 years for the CIA. One combat zone after another, back to back, very little time off. And then, things happened, fell out of favor with the CIA. So I was like, okay, it's time to move along. And which is kind of strange because everyone loved me, but there's a group within the CIA that wants to control people with my capabilities, and they couldn't control me. So they wanted to destroy me. So it's like, okay, I got to move along. And so I went into the wilderness. I did the Pacific Crest Trail. For me, being in nature, like we were both talking about before the show as well, is really activates my spirituality. And so that's been the way I've been since I was a little kid. And I was like, okay, I need to take some time off. I need to go in the woods. I need to decompress. So I decided to walk the Pacific Crest Trail. It's like 4,000 miles, 3,000 miles, however long it is. So I started at Mexico, and I started working my way up, made it all the way through California, through Oregon. But during that time frame, I had thought that I was done. I was done with humanity. I was just going to go out and live in the wilderness for the rest of my life. And so that was my dream. But during that time frame, walking the Pacific Crest Trail, I started to get the calmness that comes, with being in touch with nature and so forth, getting back to my real self. And I got that I was going to come back and start teaching humanity all the things that I learned. And I was like, oh God, do I have to really? Yes, you're going to do that. So that I had that conversation for quite some time. And then eventually I got excited about it. And I was like, I could do these courses. And so I started writing down, the outline for these courses. Then I came back and I built these courses. And at the time, there was online courses were the most successful thing you could do as a business. I was like, okay, I started a new business. So I was like, okay. So in my understanding, I'd always gone to courses and physically gone to courses to learn. But this was like a new thing, an online course. So I got that, build it and they will come. I kept getting that, it's like, that sounds like that Kevin Costner movie. So I started building these courses out, and they were semi-successful initially. And so I built a few courses, and some people came. I was still doing physical courses where people would come and I would teach them things I'd learned over time.
Very interesting. Well, hopefully I'll remember later. I want to go through a certain line of questioning here, but I want to come back to that perhaps at a closing comment of what you see, if anything, on the horizon. Before we get there, the mainstream media lashed out against it. The Department of Homeland Security at one point, perhaps even still to today, I'm not sure, labeled Q a domestic terror organization or something of the sort years back, I recall. And of course, the legacy media, railed against it and hit Trump with gotcha questions and so forth. How would you best define Q?
Q is a inside deep cover intel source. And it's not just intel. There's actually operatives that are attached to Q that I believe carry out missions. So when I was at SEAL Team 6, I give you the example. When I went to SEAL Team 6, it took me a few years being in the SEAL teams, and then I went through the screening process and was selected, and then went to SEAL Team 6. I remember seeing a lot of the guys just like old homeschool. It's like you walk in, it's like, hey, I haven't seen you in years. This is where you've been, So, but they're there. They're operating. They're on a high level. I remember being there for the period of time that I was there. And the same thing. I would see guys and they're like, oh, this is where you went. I didn't know where you went. You kind of disappeared. So there is that group that's out there. Now we get contacted on a certain level by some of these individuals. And I'm not going to say definitively that some of these people, like a Wano Saban or anyone like that, is definitely connected with that. But they're, from all the conversations I've had with Juan, he seems to be either in touch or very deeply involved with that. And so I know that there are many people over the years that I was involved with in SEAL teams and Delta, the highest levels, that disappeared into some of that organization. So it is a very positive organization. Obviously, it's looking out for, we call them the white hats. They're trying to take down this negative group within the military as well, but in the political realm and so forth, that has done a lot of evil against humanity. Kind of like those demons that were attached to some of those terrorists out there that I worked on. You have a Q group that's out there, are intimately involved, really, with taking down this dark realm that's trying to really control humanity to a point where we're complete slaves to them. We've talked about this on several shows, so I'm not going to belabor that too much here. But it is a great problem for humanity right now. But I think we've turned the corner, and we're moving in a direction that's very positive going forward.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I feel it myself, that in this battle between good and evil, that evil just got knocked down a notch. And I think the momentum that we have now is unstoppable and very dangerous. And we'll talk about some of the dangers that you might see coming down the pike in a bit. So look, we are, of course, at war. And I want to say this about Q. In my opinion, and I'm curious what your opinion is, if the Q operation wasn't launched, and of course, it's probably been around longer than I'm aware of, but when the Q, let's frame it the question this way: when the Q drops began on the board, all right, back then, how many years back that's what has been, I believe that without those Q drops, waking us up, guiding us to do our own research, to solve problems, the crumbs and the clues, the information and disinformation for lots of reasons. I believe if it weren't for the Q operation surfacing on the boards for us, I don't think we'd be where we are at this stage of the game in the war. I don't think it would have worked without that. Yes, it's God, the supreme being, universal power. It's Trump. It's the military. It's the white hats. But it's also we, the people. We were needed in this operation. Would you concur? Am I over acknowledging we the people's role, and how without Q, we might not be as advanced in this battle as we are? Am I crazy, or what's your view of that?
No, that's absolutely right. Synergistically, we the people and Q working together. So they keep us informed, they enlighten us, they help awaken us to the issues that are, facing us. More and more people are waking up to this. You don't need to know that it's Q. You don't need to know that you've awakened. I've heard a lot of people that have, shared my information with people for years, and they go to the hairdresser, and the hairdresser tells them something, and they're like, they come running back. It's like, oh, I know all this. I know all this stuff, and they're like, yeah, I've been telling you that for years, but that's kind of like a slow drip, like you're talking about. So the slow drip basically has been waking people up, and I think it's magnificent. I remember looking back, 5 years and what we're facing. I was like, wow, there's going to be some serious conflict, but we've avoided that. People asked me for years, are we going into civil war? And I said, no, but I believe that we'll probably see some action going forward. And we're kind of moving in that direction right now. And it's just quickly picking up speed.
Well, yeah, I would agree. We certainly have seen some action with the deployment of weather weapons and weather modification and geoengineering and all those catastrophes like Maui and the Carolinas, and you can go back to Katrina if you really want to look at it, and so forth. But talk about some of the other dangers coming in a bit down the road. Look, I want to just state this. We are, of course, at war. How would you best describe the war that our country, America, and the world, for that matter, has been and is presently engaged in? How would you best describe the nature of this war? Because it's quite different from previous wars. So define that for us. And are we winning the war? The two-part question.
Obviously, we take some pretty significant licks. We talked about 9/11. That was a pretty significant lick we took. Now, a lot of people were like, well, the White Hats, weren't they involved then? I believe they were. I think they were activated probably during the time frame of JFK assassination. I think that's probably at least the earliest, well, maybe even earlier, but I think it's very significantly when they started from that point on, because it was military and CIA and so forth that were involved in basically making a decision to assassinate JFK because they felt he was treasonous for dealing with Russia. And so it's always been about Russia, Russia, Russia. We know that. That's what President Trump has talked about. So all the way back then, they were like, having issues with Russia because they wanted to, control the world, and Russia was not going to be there with them. Allow that to happen. China, another one. So we're seeing a lot of pushback on that, but I think that we're moving in a very fast direction. President Trump has said that, we could probably just have, the IRS go away. We don't need him anymore. We're making so much money from, charging other countries, money for delivering stuff to our, that's what we used to do. And maybe we don't even need the Federal Reserve. And so he keeps alluding to this. It's basically prepping the consciousness of Americans for the coming takedown on a more deliberate and massive scale of this criminal organization, this mafia group that's been running the United States since I think 1876, somewhere around there. So when President Grant was there, so they came in and compromised him and made him, go along with taking back America from us and taking it over for the deep state. So we've sealed the border. We're using directed energy weapons now against them. So these boats that we've seen they said they got hit by missile strikes. Well, a missile strike, if it hits a boat, is going to blow it to pieces. It's going to sink right away. So these boats are basically catching on fire and they're staying on the surface, very much like a directed energy weapon. So the directed energy weapons are now in the possession of the good guys. And we haven't seen any directed energy weapon attacks lately, have we? And we haven't seen these crazy storms that were predicted, which I actually predicted we would have very significant hurricanes this year. We haven't had really any of them so far. So it seems like things are being moving in the opposite direction. Same thing with earthquakes and tsunamis and so forth. I predict there will be significant ones, and we haven't seen significant ones yet, at least here in the United States. Hopefully, God willing, please. So prayer for that. We won't see them here in America, but I promise you they are trying to do that, and they've probably been stopped out at this point.
Wow, you unpacked a lot there. I'll pedal back quickly on the warp speed. I'm glad you addressed it and covered it the way you did. A lot of our probably mutual friends, our esteemed doctors, I won't mention their names, but these are great warriors. These are wonderful people that have done tremendous work, a great sacrifice on behalf of humanity. A lot of people paid a big price for it. They're good people. They're our friends, but they've had a tough time in understanding Trump's strategy. And I think it's with RFK doing what he's doing in his role there, and Trump doing what he's doing, he's even now changed at least the optics of his narrative.
Oh, yeah.
And you sort of peel back the curtain a bit, pulled back the curtain a bit on what warp speed was about and how it actually saved lives. And I'm glad you put that down on the record. I want to also pedal back to the unlikely alliance. You know, we had 9/11 G.W. Bush telling us what the axis of evil was, but I would say the axis of evil would be more like the Vatican, Washington, D.C., and London, perhaps, versus what they were trying to sell us. In fact, that axis of evil turns out to be an axis of power. I'd like you to get on the record briefly and tell me if you would agree that Vladimir Putin, Donald Trump, Xi Jinping, and perhaps to some extent, Rocket Man Kim Jong-un are working in some sort of behind-the-scenes alliance against the globalist New World Order plan, or is that lunacy statement?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll give you a little insight. I haven't shared this with anyone before. Kim Jong-un was one of my targets to send the love to. And I remember sending the love to him. And I've reached a point now, or I used to do it from a distance, but I come right in now. And if they have an attachment, then I basically take that attachment away. Armor of God, I come in and I basically just annihilate. I send them to the light or whatever demonic that's on someone now. I couldn't do that in the beginning. I had to do it from a distance, but now I just come right in and take care of business. But I started to do that with Kim Jong-un, and his demon was like, oh my God. It looked almost just like Kim Jong-un. It's very interesting because usually they're very scary looking. So I was like, okay, this is probably going to work out good. So I felt that Kim Jong-un was going to shift, and I've never ever seen anyone shift before. Some of the ones I've worked on in the political realm were Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Kamala. I took off their demons, and they're pretty much, gone now. So I did that with Kim Jong-un, and his demon was like, oh, his demon ran away. And I was like, wow, okay, that worked out pretty good. So then I came back later to check, and Kim Jong-un had a massive demonic army ready to take me on. So I called in the angelic realm, and there was quite a battle, and they were defeated. I know it sounds like crazy. It's kind of crazy. I'm the guy that has to sound crazy, but these wars go on a different level. And so that battle, that war was won by the angelic realm. Now remember, it wasn't, I could probably tell you the time frame, but the time frame was like about a year before President Trump stepped over the line. And I had started to tell everybody was like, Kim Jong-un is going to blow the world up. And I was like, nope, it's not going to blow the world up. Everything's changed now because of that incident. So remember, President Trump stepped over the demilitarized zone, South Korea, North Korea, first president ever done that. And shook hands with Kim Jong-un. And if he had probably stayed president for the next, 4 years, we'd probably see, casinos or something, high-rise hotels in North Korea by this time. But you know, the deep state has their way sometimes, and we make inroads, but we get pushed back. We make inroads, we get pushed back. But the inroads are getting to the point where, like we're talking about, we have almost all the control now. So the directed energy weapon and the high-tech stuff was something that they had control of it, and now the white hats have it, and the white hats are going into you know, taking out Venezuela. Now, a lot of these things that we see, when I was at I think I can say this, it's been so long. When I was at SEAL Team 6, we had a mission to go into Venezuela. And so I'm talking 40 plus years ago. So they have these missions. The deep state has these missions too, of course, because they had planned on using JFK to, you know, attack Americans and cause a war with Cuba and Russia. And President Kennedy was like, so they had to put that plan on the back burner. Well, that plan was 9/11. They brought it back out. So there's all these plans by the dark hats and the white hats, and the white hats have this plan to basically go into Venezuela and take down that evil, you know, control that's down there. And we were planning that for a long time. So it looks like those plans are in operation now. And like I said, directed energy weapons are being used on those boats coming out of Venezuela now. So that's sending quite a message, not only to the Venezuelans who would maybe want to put up a fight, like we saw that, you know, they're like, you know, amassing their whole population to fight America. They're probably paying them to, like, you know, make a show on camera. But that's probably causing a lot of pause with the capabilities that we're showing right now. And the same thing with the deep state. The deep state's got to know now. The white hats have our technology now. So I think things are changing on a very quick, very fast, very massive scale.
Yeah, that's good to hear, particularly on the weather weapons, because they're completely out of the people's control and they're devastating. And I know there's a bill moving through Congress at some stage or another to stop the spraying, the chemtrails, if you want to call it that. So, you know, I guess we're approaching this in Congress as well as in other ways. And, you know, you mentioned Kim Jong-un. That's a fascinating story you shared with us. Thank you for doing that. It reminds me of, I love President Trump's humor from time to time, but it reminds me back then, if you recall, you know, fake news was banging the drum hard at the time, once again, that Kim Jong-un was going to deliver us a nuclear bomb for Christmas. And I remember seeing Trump, that was unofficially the White House, I would say, Mar-a-Lago, during his unofficial presidency for 4 years. Command Central became Mar-a-Lago, and he was sitting there at his desk. And I remember, you know, because it was filmed, and they asked him about, you know, you concerned about a nuclear bomb coming as a gift from Kim Jong-un for Christmas? And Trump's response, and I'm paraphrasing, was, I think he's going to send me a vase. He just like downplayed it completely, and that was the soundbite, and it was wonderful. And of course, the nuke never hit. But back to the alliance, would you agree to an extent? And I realize the optics are terrible. I'm very well aware, and General Flynn has informed us, of course, and we know about China's infiltration and the dangers of China and the atrocities that they commit over there in their country, and their infiltration here through the border and our institutions and the land they own. And I'm not ignorant to these issues, but we are in a PSYOP war. No one knows that these operations are better than someone like yourself. So being that as it may, would you say that Kim Jong, on the big picture, the 40,000 or 100,000 foot view on this trajectory towards bringing peace to the planet, would you say that Xi Jinping from China, Vladimir Putin and Trump, and perhaps Kim Jong-un are working in some capacity together against the true enemies of evil, the enemies of freedom? Do you see that? And if so, do you have any particular insights you can share besides just a notion that I have?
Yeah, and since it's a battle across the world, you can have, like President Trump, you can have a great guy in office that wants peace and is pushing for peace, but then you have these groups that have been in power for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, in some of these countries like China and Russia, and here in America for hundreds of years. In the background, we think we won the war against Britain, but not so much. So we have to overcome these forces. So these forces are there to be overcome. And it's a delicate situation because if you push too hard, then they're going to push back harder. So you have to know when to hit. It's got to be an ambush type thing, surprise them. And then they don't know how to respond. They have a little time, and we can move faster and other areas and take other areas down. But here in the United States, we do have Chinese that are like videotaping our bases on a daily basis. I've heard this from many sources. They're not, again, the press isn't putting that out. Surprise, surprise. Here we are putting it out here, so everyone can be informed that, they're good people in these countries that want to have peace and want to, take humanity on a good position. But there's also negative forces in all these countries. And we have to learn how to delicately, in some cases, and then more aggressively in others, take some of these forces down, take them out. I think that's part of the ICE movement that we're seeing across the country, and then the National Guard coming in, and the military to back them up if necessary, like the Marines and so forth. We are doing that on a very delicate basis. We have Chicago, which is, probably one of the worst places. Juan O'Savin has talked about how there are nukes that are loose out there. And I can tell you, there are nukes that are loose out there. Having been in the CIA, and like I said, in the SEAL teams, and our focus for, probably most of my career, well over 30 years, in the early days, we were just like all about, fighting Russia. And then when Russia, or the Soviet Union, then Russia collapsed, it was about, finding the nukes that Russia let, spread all over the world. So there are nukes that we know that are out there. And one of those places is Chicago. Chicago has been identified as a possible place, according to Juan. But I have heard that from a lot of sources over the years, that there were a couple, 2, 3, maybe even 4, 5 even nukes that were positioned for being activated here in the United States. Now, over time, those nukes, if they're not, they have to be serviced and so forth. I don't know how that's working out. You just can't place a nuke somewhere and expect it's going to go off 50 years after you place it there. But I think we do definitely have to be, tiptoeing on some of these areas. Chicago, Trump was like, pressing hard. He was going to send the National Guard in Chicago. The people want it. There's horrific things that are going on in Chicago. The number of deaths, that's being suppressed again by the press. So the number of deaths in a lot of these cities is significant. The corruption, stealing money that's supposed to be going to roads or helping people, homeless and so forth, is going to people's pockets that don't deserve it whatsoever. And finding those people and holding them accountable is way down the list when you think about a nuke that's possibly in these cities. If you go in and you start cleaning up, they're just going to nuke the place. So this is what we know the deep state, has the capability of doing, releasing bioweapons on the whole world. Yeah. And then, yes. As much as we've tried to inform people about this, there's still a massive number of people that are still getting,
still driving around in their car with their masks on 5 years later. I understand what you're saying. Yes,
and even more, it seems like I'm starting to see more and more people in masks again, and still getting booster shots. It's crazy.
Yeah,
it's sad.
It is crazy, especially now that it's out and being acknowledged officially by officials in government, where before it was just folks like you and I and our good doctor friends that didn't have that level of muscle. Well, we've got that now through RFK Jr., through President Trump being a little bit more overt about things now, as well as the DNI and so forth. So it's a perfect dovetail and segue, Michael, into this next question. When you were talking about the National Guard and Army Reserves on the streets of America, do you believe that, let me put the question out there and put a few disclaimers because I think they're required. Do you believe the big arrests will be forthcoming soon? And when I say that, I know some of the audience saying, it's already happened. They're already dead. We've taken out everybody. Well, some of that may be true, in my humble opinion. Some of those folks, maybe not yet. But in my opinion, it doesn't really matter where I'm taking this question. Whether or not, let's say, the big names get arrested in the next few months, or they were already arrested and it will be shown and revealed. In either case, we get the same bump of the battle between good and evil coming up when that level of truth gets revealed. So it doesn't matter, folks, whether it happened or it didn't happen. It's going to take place in the consciousness and awareness through watching it as it unfolds. My question, now that I've stated that, is, well, A, do you believe the reveal and the big arrests are coming? And if so, do you also think that's the reason why President Trump years ago put the executive order in place and the changes to the Law of War manual that allows the National Guard to be federalized and you deployed the way they are, and Army Reserves? Does this go beyond cleaning up crime, which is a good thing, saving lives, making cities safe again? Is it go beyond cleaning up the homeless and helping them along in various capacities? Is it also to leave behind our forces, because perhaps during this quarter of the year, these big arrests will be revealed and or take place, and we want to be in position to protect the American people for the deep state's final death and destruction attack, because that's all they have left. That's how I connect the dots on this, but I'd like to know how you see it. It would be important to put on the record here.
Yeah, so it's the same thing. It's all this stuff is already planned, but the implementation of it remains to be seen when that happens, and it's always at the commander's discretion of when he activates that and at what level. So you may see groups of arrests and then a pause and then groups of arrests, but we haven't seen any of that yet, at least openly. Yeah, I believe there's probably some stuff that's been happening on the backside. Some of these people that are out there don't look the same. So there seems to be some of that going on, but most people aren't seeing it, or most people aren't aware of it. When it does happen, then you're going to see a pushback. It would be like if I, go in and I take out the head of some terrorist organization, which we used to do, all right? And then someone is going to take their place. And maybe they were like holding back on using certain bombs, car bombs and so forth. And when that leader is taken out, you have a massive release of car bombs. So that kind of stuff, retaliation for some of these events is coming. What level of that is coming? What options do they have? Are we starting to take away their money source so they can afford to do that? Yes. So that is happening. The longer we wait, the less money they have, the less people they have involved, the more people that we can pull in through ICE and so forth and pull out of there, because we're going after the heavy duty guys that are probably causing a lot of these problems. So you got that going on. So at some point there probably will be someone, and probably in the background, because we have seen Washington, D.C. with National Guard go in. That's an amazing thing. That's one of those 3 city states that you talked about earlier. You have London, City of London, you have the Vatican, you have D.C. So you've gone after one of those city states now. And President Trump put the flags up on either side of the White House, like, marking the ground as this is now United States property now. It's no longer the deep state. And then he brings in the troops to basically control it. because his last administration, he had to go into the underground shelter because there, the riots reached a point where they just almost, breached the fence of the White House. So he's making sure that doesn't happen this time when things start to probably get crazy, when the arrests start to happen, like we're talking about. When the arrests start to happen, will one of those nukes go off? That's a possibility. Now, I know that they've had the sniffers out there, the nuke sniffers, for quite a long time, looking for those nukes. And some of the people that watch the aircraft and so forth have been reporting on that. We haven't seen as many of them as we used to, so that's a good sign. Maybe they've discovered some of them and taken them offline. So you have to take all those things into account. I've been on missions where we're getting ready to board the aircraft, and they're like, "No, stop, hold," and we're like, "Okay, hold for how long?" It's like sometimes a few minutes, sometimes an hour, sometimes a day, and then you go. All right. So this is kind of the thing that we're at right now. We're at go time, but it's not totally go time. We have things that are happening, and we're probably going to talk about some of those things that are pretty amazing that are happening. We've had demonstrations all over the world, pushing back on the deep state.
Yes, we have. You raised some great concerns. So it leads me to this question. If we were using a chessboard, a global chessboard as a metaphor or analogy, on this chessboard of life and the war that humanity is engaged in, with America always, of course, front and center, on that chessboard, would you say, am I stretching it and being too optimistic if I stated that we've got the enemy at check in the game of chess? Are they at check, or are we not that far advanced?
We're definitely at check, right? And I think we're pushing back on a lot of different levels. It's so close to things unwinding on a massive scale. It's pretty amazing. I think it's going to be once that starts, it's going to be revelatory, and people are going to love it. But it's going to take probably a little bit more time. We'll see.
Yes. It's been great talking with you, Michael, and I'm glad we've had this opportunity to bring you into conversations of consequence. But we've got to talk about Charlie Kirk. Very sensitive topic. Both of us are sensitive to those sensitivities. We understand the pain and the aching and the loss and the suffering and so forth, and the shock. Charlie Kirk was a good man. Charlie Kirk trailblazed and helped President Trump get elected. Charlie Kirk was brave and did incredible work. Having said that, again, it's becoming rapidly a very divisive subject within our movement. And I will state here that there are many anomalies, many oddities, many things that make absolutely no sense to me, and many unanswered questions concerning this event as of very recent. Can you break this down for us? And I would expect there to be a percentage of people that won't agree with you, and that's perfectly okay. My message to everyone right now is, we know who our enemy is. Let's collectively fight that enemy. Where we go one, we go all. This isn't just a fun slogan on the ship of state, if you will. It is something that we must do. You know this better than anyone, Michael. I have never served in the armed forces. I'm serving as a citizen patriot. But if this were a kinetic war, folks, I'm talking to our audience here. If this were a kinetic war and you're in the proverbial foxhole, with the guy you trained with, and the bullet, you're literally dodging bullets coming in at you. You want to sit down and have an argument with that guy for a few minutes about a tactic in the war you disagree with, or some aspect? That's what we're doing when we fight within right now about these galvanizing and yet divisive issues. So please, everyone, we're all entitled to our own analysis, our own views, and our own opinions of things. But I put on the record, again, as I just stated, there's a lot of unanswered questions for me, a lot of strange things that I have seen presented to the world with regards to Charlie Kirk's assassination. And Michael, you're someone, and I'm glad that I saved this for last, because those that are just learning of you can see your background, your skills, your experience, and your service. I think it's important for us to listen to what you saw with regards to the Charlie Kirk assassination. I'll leave that open for you to come in now.
Yeah, and this is usually, where people, they have the million, what about this? What about this? Overall, like you said, we're at war. This was an act of war against us. And, how that played out, I think is going to be, very positive for us. We've already seen a lot of positives from this. Charlie Kirk was amazing, is amazing. I will say is amazing. His wife is amazing, children, everything. Have high respect for him. Now, when I first looked at this, like I looked at 9/11, I was like, this is a psyop. It's a false flag type thing. But who's running this? And so I started to look at the detail of it. He's got security all around him. They're signing, they're making signals and so forth. Now, you either have to accept that all of his security and everyone around him is completely compromised by the deep state, which is impossible, right? Or there's something else going on there. It's not bright red, which would be what would come out from a neck. It's not spurting. The mouths around that they said that hit his neck would have blown his neck to pieces, and there would be so much flesh that would have flown out behind his neck that it would have been amazing. So there's all these people that are saying, this, and what about this? What about that? Bottom line is this was supposed to be a deep state action, probably, and the white hats captured it and basically ran it the way they wanted to run it. I think the same thing happened with the Trump assassination. If you look at all of the put options, which are basically a bet that the market will collapse, that were ready for Trump on a Trump assassination. Same thing happened on 9/11. Well, 9/11, they had all these put options where somebody made a lot of money, but no one was ever held accountable for putting all these put options on all the United and some of the other airlines that were involved in 9/11. So obviously those countries or those companies basically fell massively, and somebody made a lot of money. Somebody was going to make a lot of money with President Trump's assassination, but it didn't happen. So again, the money thing. So they need to make a lot of money. They were going to make money on all these things that they do. That was a captured operation, and the white hats ran it perfectly. Now, there's people who will complain. I'm not going to break down every single thing. I'm not going to break down every single thing on Charlie Kirk. The thing that you have to look at is, and I can tell you that I'm an expert, and then people are going to argue about that, right? So I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say that from my experience, from my intuition, I see none of that with Charlie Kirk, right? So that's my take on that. Now, why would that happen? Why would they, do that to the American public? And because it is a war. So what would you rather have? Would you rather have the deep state have the white hats didn't compromise that and play a little thing for the black hats? And some people looked at it and saw, I thought that was real. How dare they do that? Or would you rather have President Trump's head blown to pieces? And most of us, probably John and myself and a lot of other people that are out here trying to help inform you, would not be here right now. So that was a good thing. Now with Charlie Kirk, I believe at some point he's going to come back, right? And probably a lot of other people are going to come back. He's probably back there. That's what my feelings are. Part of the Q team, and he's back there, working on the background. Now look at, if you ask me to do what Charlie Kirk did, we want you to, get shot. You're not going to be shot, but it's going to really motivate the whole world. The whole world's going to It's going to be a turning point, all right, for the whole world. Of course, that's his organization's name, and it will massively, help humanity rise in consciousness and so forth. I'd be like, I'll do it, all right. So at some point, he'll be. Even now, I see him as a hero. I think everyone should see him as a hero. The work that he was doing, going to those college campuses and trying to, break up that craziness that's going on in the college campuses, trying to turn our beautiful children into Nazis, right? So that's what he was overcoming, and he did it so perfectly. Didn't raise his voice. He was just made them think. A lot of times they would start stumbling on their words because they'd never been, trained to think. Critical thinking. He was teaching them critical thinking. That's what they don't want many of us to do. So if you're a critical thinker, go and look at all of the different things that don't add up. There's so many things that don't add up, and there's so many people like myself that are speaking out that this is a psyop. But it's a psyop on the deep state, guys. It's a psyop on the deep state. It's a psyop if you choose for it to be a psyop. Now, I know there's a lot of people. I still love everybody out there who doesn't agree with me. It's okay. Eventually, you'll probably see my way, just like you did for 9/11, was on the forefront of COVID and so forth. You're probably at some point going to, move into the realization that this is what happened. If you don't, that's fine. You're still can be actionable for all of us. I know there's a Marine with 24 years of service. He doesn't agree with me whatsoever. But hey, I still, respect my SEAL brother or my Marine brother. So you don't have to completely agree with me. Just start looking at, do critical thinking, start looking at everything. Some people are just so tired of it. They think everything's a conspiracy theory. Well, a lot of things are right now. So, but eventually they get discovered and people get on the right side of this stuff. So that's my thoughts.
Well, thanks for sharing. Thanks for sharing. One quick thing to close out on, Charlie. I'm going to wrap up our conversations of consequence with Michael Jacob. You've got your commander-in-chief is requesting your presence, and we're going to move on. But this has been a great episode, and I want to just have you comment on this, and it's. I found it interesting, and I'm sure you met Kash Patel. I've met him several times because of the Clay Clark events. We crossed paths a few times, and we've interviewed him back in the day at American Media Periscope, and I'm a Kash Patel fan, if you want to use that word. I believe he's been working in the intelligence community in Trump's circle for a long time. But my question is this. I found it interesting at the presser in Utah a few days ago. Here's Kash Patel. We got the perpetrator, and he's locked up, and the forensics and all that standard information that one would deliver at a press conference. And then he says, to close it out, and I'm paraphrasing, he says, something like, well, thank you, Charlie. We've got the watch now, and we'll see you in Valhalla. I found that very interesting. And I've through texted with Juan. I haven't spoken with him yet. We're going to bring him on soon. I had that defined for me in terms of what the watch aspect meant. But Valhalla has a few different meanings. I've come to learn. One is a sort of the heavens, if you will, in the Viking world, but it's also in intelligence circles the equivalent of a global sort of a witness protection program. I found it interesting to have a hard presser on forensics, Charlie Kirk, to close it out with, we'll see you in Valhalla. Am I reading too much into that? Why was that word chosen?
Yeah, it's basically signaling. There's like in the intelligence community, you leave signs. That happens all the time. I know the deep state does the same thing. They leave signs. I see their signs as well. It's basically a communication for their groups and a hint, leaving a hint for other people. Now, will Juan, say that, because I've seen him on another show where he talked about Valhalla and how that was, a place where people would go for protection. But I heard him on a recent show where he was like, well, that's a place where people go for that are criminals. So he may, come out and give us, the answer. But if this is a controlled operation, which I believe it is to a certain extent, they want this PSYOP to continue for a period of time to catch more people. Right. So we may see the PSYOP continue for a little bit longer. And that's fine. I like I said, I've worked these programs in the CIA. I know how they work. It is. I've done them on a massive scale that have captured so many people. You put information out, and people respond a certain way when you put that information out, and they're basically then you catch them, you get them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know you've got to go, Michael, so our time is short. I wanted to go through your website. If we don't have the time to do that right now, if we do, let me know. We'll go through it. If not, in your absence, I'll comb through it, because there's quite a bit that you offer to the public that you're available in terms of classes, of course, your published books, your public speeches, and so forth. Last question, again, because time is short. Define for us what the golden age means to you. And are we at the dawning of the golden age, and are better days to come? Are we, when Trump says the best is yet to come, nothing can stop what's coming, are these things real to you? And are we at the dawning of the golden age? We'll just close it out with that.
Yeah, the golden age will be, a lot of these people that have gone into witness protection will be able to come out, because the deep state is basically completely taken down. They'll be safe to come out. The golden age is our consciousness, which is rising. We'll be able to see through a lot of the things that have been happening. We won't need to focus on them anymore, because they won't even exist. The deserts will be greened. We'll have free energy systems. We'll have, longevity like nobody could imagine, because we have, technologies which will heal us and, keep us very vibrant for pretty much as long as you want to stay active in this world. So these are the things that are already there waiting for us. But we have to take this deep state down. It is being taken down. Like we're talking about, the movement is happening on a very rapid pace. And on the other side of this is like that golden age, consciousness, everything's beautiful, art, everything's vibrant. We can communicate with each other and not have these, crazy people that, all of that's changing. It's moving in the right direction.
Mm-hmm. Well, excellent. Michael Jacob, deputized by Archangel Michael, doing God's work in military, in intelligence, and in civilian life. What a journey you have, what a journey you're on. And I'm sure for Michael Jacob, the best is also yet to come. We appreciate the work you do. You work a lot. You've probably got a few thousand podcasts under your belt. I encourage everyone to visit michaeljacob.com, and I look forward to seeing you, Michael, on our Global Defense War panel. I think the next episode is on the 30th of September. You're part of a panel of 5. Very, very powerful information, the panel, including yourself, revealed to us, and I'll have some additional questions besides what you and I have covered today. Thank you very much, Michael Jacob. Stay safe. God be with you. America thanks you for your service. And I'll be right back, folks, to close out our broadcast. Thank you, Michael. So please do visit Michael. It was up on the screen, the entire broadcast. That is a place you want to go and learn more about the work he's doing, places you can go and see Michael speak, events he's a part of, events he's spearheading, his intuitive work, his classes, his directives to helping us with our health and wealth. There's so much on Michael Jacob's website, including his books. Fascinating gentleman, great journey. Whether you agree with all his points or not matters not. One thing for sure is this man has earned his stars and stripes, in my opinion. And I'm glad to call Michael our friend. So thank you, Michael Jacob. And we look forward to seeing you on September 30th on the Global Defense War panel. I'd like to direct your attention, folks, to our current programming at JMC Broadcasting, and we'll conclude the show. We're presently, if you scroll down a bit, I can see the menu, but we've got Intel and Insights. There we go, Intel and Insights. This is on jmcbroadcasting.com. You can take a look at our programming. We have our monthly Intel and Insights with Juan O'Savin, which is coming up soon. We've got the Global Defense War Military Panel, which is once a month. We have Conversations of Consequence. I'm doing 2 a month right now. We've got BOSI Briefs, very popular every other Monday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Global Financial Reset is newly launched, so I think it's our 4th episode coming up live, as I mentioned in the promo just a moment ago. Global Financial Reset, very important. I've got Ed Dowd and SGN on tomorrow, this week. We also have, as I'm reading it, I do a short 5-minute weekly wrap-up every Saturday and every Sunday, a war report, focus of where we are at. These are short 5-minute posts. And then we have contributions from Christy Allen and our good friend Sean Morgan. Christy doing Tsunami of Truth, again, short reports, 5-10 minutes. Same with Sean Morgan, News Behind the News. These are daily short plugs to keep us informed, empowered, and connected. And I'm very, very happy, and I want to thank Sandy, one of our producers, boots on the ground warrior for 10 years working together, for helping me put it together. I've been talking about this for months. We are launching Eyes on Gitmo, military and intelligence panel. Juan O'Savin, General Holt, Brigadier General Holt, Matt Meck, a retired lieutenant colonel, and perhaps another guest. Our premier episode launches at the end of this month, so stay tuned for official announcements on that. Eyes on Gitmo with Juan O'Savin and team. And let's see. Well, that concludes our programming. I am the host of all the shows, with the exception of the short News Behind the News and Christy Allen's contribution. I want to thank everybody for spending this time with me. I hate to have rushed out the closing segment, Mike Jacob, but he's no stranger. We'll see him every month on Global Defense War, and you can follow his daily podcast. But I want to thank you for spending this time with me and Mike Jacob. We'll see you next week on Conversations of, actually October 8th, Conversations of Consequences, our next broadcast for this show. And our guest is Sheila Holm. I can't wait to talk with Sheila in Conversations of Consequence on October 8th. I want everyone to stay safe, stay united. Where we go, when we go all. We may disagree. The Charlie Kirk event is a stab in the heart for all of us. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense for some of us. Let everyone have their own views. It's okay. We're still fighting the real enemy. So join forces together, even if we don't agree on all the different things that are taking place. We have to stay together. So where we go one, we go all. Stay safe, and may God be with you.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It's Pump It Up Friday, so silver is pumping big. Now, hopefully Dr. Kirk makes it on. We had to adjust his schedule. Looks like he's coming in right now. So lots of great things that are happening out there. We're probably going to talk about this one prognosticator that has predicted that silver would pump past its all-time high this month. Dr. Kirk, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Michael. How are you?
Very good, very good. So I watched, you put out every week you put out your own video, and I think that's very informative. You talked about a gentleman that had predicted silver would pump this month, so September, past its all-time high. Wow, today it looks like it's getting ready to do that.
Well, it's amazing. So Jesse Colombo, he has the Bubble report on X. Everybody watching should subscribe to it. He's one of the best analysts that I follow. I think he's amazing, right? So he's done a couple of reports over the last 2 weeks. And then when you couple that with what the Fed did on Wednesday, what China's working on right now, it's like, okay, this builds into a big, amazing picture, right? So number one, he talked about a volatility squeeze. Which is, so imagine like a baseball pennant, right? It's like this long flag that comes to a point at the end, right? So if you're looking at a chart, it's either an ascending or descending triangle. It gets to a point. When it gets to that point and the price breaks above that top resistance line, that's the breakout. So we're seeing this pattern, which is caused by volatility in the markets right now. Not always, but right now it is. and that's called a volatility squeeze. Now, this is happening in copper, it's happening in silver, it's happening in gold, it's happening in the Japanese yen US dollar pairing. And so what we're seeing is there's going to be some massive breakouts that happen. So in his, as you follow his kind of predictions and these trend channels and everything else, he thinks that gold is going to hit $4,400 on this move, not like years down the road, right? On this move, right? So this is amazing. Silver $100 plus. So you and I have talked for years now about how I expected silver, you expected silver to be $100 plus, right? Triple digits. Well, now we're not lone wolves talking about this, right? You've got economists all over the world and big banks and international money center banks coming up with the same numbers, right? So here's where he also came out with another report, Jesse did, about, he said silver should hit $50 in September. And it's September now. It's like, okay. I mean, it's like, it's not like a year down the road. It's like right now, this September. So the rationale for that, and if you look at the chart that he's referencing, you and I talked about this 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. I don't know, when we talked about the cup and handle formation.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So this is it. So for everyone who didn't hear that when we talked about it, imagine you're looking at the Big Dipper, right, in the sky, and it's like this big, huge cup, and then it's got this handle that goes out, right? So the cup took 40 years to develop this technical formation. So you go back to the 1970s when silver was really high, Hunt Brothers type time frame. Then it comes down and dips up, and it's been growing to where now we're at the end of this cup, right, at $5 from the all-time high of 48. Now, what comes after that? After it breaks through that resistance, it's the handle. And that's where I look at things, and you're much more of a technical trader than me, right? But I look at these things and it's like, what causes these resistance points, right? When you're kind of going up on the chart and it seems like these patterns, like clockwork, act like resistance, and you can draw this line over time. Why is that? Well, you've got algorithmic traders and high frequency traders that are just using computers, and it's like, okay, you're getting towards the resistance point, we better submit some sell orders, and then it drives the price down, then it bounces back up, hits the resistance, comes back down. When you blow past the old high, not really any technical chart patterns to actually look at anymore, right? The computers are going to like fizzle out and say, I don't know what to do. We don't have these Bollinger Bands and these different patterns and these things because we're at all-time highs. You're in uncharted territory, right? So when you start looking at these, this is where we start to enter that handle, right? Which is really exciting for all of us who've been holding. We've been these holders of silver, and now it's time to watch the price increase. We're getting really close to that level of uncharted territory. This is exciting to me. Now, let's add two more pieces to this puzzle. Number one is, and I got so many complaints on Wednesday, I'm not joking. People calling and complaining that, Kirk, you said when the Fed lowered interest rates, gold and silver were going to go up, and they were going to go up a lot, right? And so what happened on Wednesday? Jerome Powell and the Fed, they lowered rates 1/4 point. And then what else did he say? He said, another big statement. We're going to have another 1/4 point increase this year and another one this year. So that's a total of 3. And we're expecting to have 1 in 2026. So that's 3 more rate reductions in addition to the one they just did. So what happens when interest rates come down to precious metals? They go up. So then why didn't they go up on Wednesday? Right? It's like silver came down 90 cents on Wednesday when they made the announcement. Well, here's where it's kind of just common knowledge. When you lower interest rates, gold and silver go up. So equate that to, I'll just make up a story here. Let's say you're sitting on a couch all day long. Every single day you eat 3 pizzas and you don't work out, what's going to happen? You're probably get a little chubby. I mean, it's probably not going to be the best outcome. But there's a cause and effect. You eat too much pizzas and you don't work out, you're gonna get chubby. Interest rates come down, gold and silver goes up. It's just what happens, right? So on Wednesday, here's my analysis of what happened. Powell, what was more important than Powell lowering interest rates a quarter is what he said was going to come after. 3 more rate reductions, 2 this year and 1 next year. So if gold and silver go up, who has massive amounts of short positions?
Banks.
Chase. Yeah, banks. Bank of America, HSBC. I mean, they have massive amounts. So as the price of silver and gold go up, they lose money hand over fist. Absolutely hand over fist if they have short positions. So what did they do? Started closing these short positions. They needed to unwind them. They needed to get out because of what Powell said was going to come next. So that puts selling pressure on the market. And in the commentary that you reference, it's like, okay, this is going to be pretty short-lived, right? Whether it's a day, whether it's a week, and then gold and silver will take off because gold and silver go up when interest rates come down. So here's where what happened since then. Yes, silver's up again, right? It's going up. It's up over 42 today. We're probably going to hit 43 again by next week. So that correction from Wednesday when they lowered rates didn't last very long, right? It was just the knee-jerk reaction to massive amounts of selling pressure on the markets. Now, there's one more thing that we have to bring in here. This is like the black swan event, right? That nobody's really talking about. Literally, nobody's really talking about. And that's the BRICS nations and why are they amassing like thousands of tons of gold? I mean, literally over the last couple of years, thousands of tons of gold. Well, you and I have referenced this in the past from a different angle, though, and that's the Basel III financial accord, right? So Basel III says what? Gold is going to be a tier 1 asset. So what is a tier 1 asset? It means they put gold on the same kind of level as your balance sheet assets, as your treasuries. It's just a stable asset that they can use as collateral to look at, what they're actually worth at the big banks. But people think, well, why? When they made gold a tier 1 asset, gold is going to go through the roof. It's like, not necessarily. They're just counting it on their balance sheets as something that they can count as a stable asset. What matters more is the next level that nobody talks about. And that's an HQLA, a high quality liquid asset. So above a tier 1 classification is the HQLA asset. Now, what is that? That means you can use whatever an HQLA is for international settlement. You can use it as collateral. You can use it as, to collateralize in the repo markets, right? So you actually use it. So what China's moving towards is taking gold in Basel III Accord from the tier 1 to an HQLA, which means they don't have to use US dollars anymore to settle between countries in the BRICS nations. They don't have to use the US treasuries. And this, when you start to put these puzzle pieces together over the years, when 2 years ago, Michael, Putin said at the BRICS meeting, at the opening remarks, we're going to de-dollarize the world. It's our objective. Irreversible. This is what we're going to do. So now you put some meat behind those statements and start to connect some of these dots. It's like, wow, if they don't have to use the US dollar anymore, and that was the built-in demand for our currency, well, then what happens to our currency? It tanks, right? It's already down 10% year to date. And now they can use gold for international settlement. What's going to happen to the demand for gold? It goes up. That means the price is going to go up. So Trump, I believe, saw this coming, right? Because what did he do? A couple months ago, they passed the Genius bill, the stablecoin bill, right? And it's like, okay, we're going to allow US dollars to be tokenized in the blockchain. Well, that opened up an entire world of trillions of dollars of stable coins, US dollars, that they couldn't do that before. So he said, yeah, we're going to have private companies like PayPal and Tether and Circle and Trump's, First Liberty and so many others. Gemini says we're going to allow you to issue US dollars in the blockchain rather than just coming from the banks in the traditional system. So he built in demand for the US dollar as Asia and the BRICS nations are dumping US treasuries. Trump was a genius in the fact that he said, okay, we're going to actually build in more demand. Because when you think about it, without stable coins on the blockchain, what do people do when they sell their Bitcoin or their Ethereum or their Solana or their XRP? It's not like they're selling it, taking that money, investing it back in their credit union, putting it back. And then when they want to buy crypto again, they have to go through their coin wallet. No, they keep it on the blockchain. Once it gets there, it very rarely comes back in the form of fiat. So what is a stable coin? It's the cryptocurrency version of a money market, right? So Trump, and it sits there until you decide you're going to sell your Bitcoin and buy XRP, or sell your XRP and buy Ethereum. That intermediate step generally sits in a stable coin. This is where Trump just created a ton of demand for the US dollar, right? So as China begins to use gold as settlement amongst the BRICS nations, the demand for gold is going to go up. Now the demand for silver is going to go up more. It actually outperforms gold right now because of where we are with the ratio. So as I look at all of these things that have happened and transpired, even since the last time we spoke, it's like, wow, you've got technical forces and fundamental forces, and Powell's decision to lower interest rates, and the announcement that we're going to have 3 more, and what BRICS is doing, making, going towards gold as a high quality liquid asset. It's like, oh my word, sky is the limit for metals right now. And I've had people call and basically not crying, but very sad, saying, I missed the boat. It's like, no, you haven't. Mm-hmm. You haven't missed any boat. Yes, you've missed from 17 to 42. Right. But if I think silver is going to be 100 to 120 next year, and we're at 42, that's tripling from where we are today. Right. And so we've doubled, basically a little more than doubled, up 150 something percent from where we've been to where we are now. But the best is still yet to come. You haven't missed the boat. Get on the boat, though. You don't want to miss it totally down the road. So get on the boat, right? And take advantage of these trends.
Yeah, definitely. And, because everything's basically going to come out of all the other assets that have performed well over the last several years, like housing. So we're already seeing the housing downturn starting to pick up pretty significantly in some places, like here in Vegas, where I'm at, and also in Florida. So those were the tattletales of the housing crash. So that's beginning. I look all around at other markets, and they're starting to turn down as well. Even California, which is usually the last to go, is already starting to turn down pretty significantly as well. So where's that money go? It doesn't disappear. It goes into another asset. So we'll see the stock market continue to go up. It's the last one to fall. Yeah. So everybody chases profits wherever they're at. Stock market's always the last to fall. So we're seeing the last big push in the stock market. Who knows how high it will go, but eventually it will fall. It will fall 85 to 90%. All right. So will housing. That's the trend. That's what's happened in the past. If you look at the bottom of the cup to the top, you're looking at $500 silver. Right. So does it happen next week? No. Does it happen this year? No. Does it happen next year? No. It happens probably 1, 2, 3 years down the road. So you look at the things that are happening. These things happen when there's societal changes. You see the unfortunate Charlie Kirk shooting. You see in France and in England massive demonstrations. Those and the European Union and Germany, all of those governments are probably going to collapse. And we may even see, raids on the palaces and 10 Downing Street. And then you might even see that on spikes, right? So that's where we're going. And what do you think is going to happen? Where is the money going to go then? Because it's coming out of every other asset. It's going to go to silver and gold, right?
Right.
Like we talked about.
Yeah, it's the flight for quality that happens. So here's where for investors that want to minimize risk and maximize return, this is what's exciting to me, because unlike 2008, 2009, that crisis, what's different? I mean, there's something different. Yeah, financial collapse, the banks are undercapitalized. You know, that one was caused by subprime lending. We've got financial problems now, but one thing that we have now that we didn't have back then is people now have lost faith and confidence in their banks and in governments globally, right? So yeah, Trump is probably going to fix things here, not tomorrow, but you know, a year down the road, a year and a half down the road, as his policies can take effect, and there's this policy lag and action lag, and when you see the fruit on the tree. But what Trump can't do is fix the global economy, right? He can't fix the economic problems in China or Japan and the collapse of the yen, or the social dynamics in France and the United Kingdom, right? These are things outside of his control. And gold and silver are not just U.S. assets. They're global assets. So here's where, yeah, Trump could fix things amazingly here. And gold and silver still go through the roof, even though, because what's the flight for quality? The rest of the people around the world where their economies are collapsing are going to have to fight for safety, kind of a mechanism. So when people call and say, well, Kirk, Trump is going to fix the economy, I agree. He's not going to fix the global economy, right? And gold and silver are global assets, which means until we have global peace, until the global inflationary death spiral of currencies collapsing is fixed, until there's no more geopolitical conflict, you know, Russia and Ukraine aren't fighting China and Taiwan, or you name it, everywhere, right? Until all that stuff goes away, it's like, all right, gold and silver is still going to be a really good option around the world. And the last time I checked, there's more people around the world than there are in America. So this bull market in gold and silver should have some serious legs, because the global economy is really sick. So is the American economy after 4 years of Biden, but Trump is working on that. He's fixing it. It's just going to take a little bit of time. So in the meantime, how do we take advantage of and profit from the economic malaise and all the tensions that we see and the social chaos and what's building up like this boiling cauldron right underneath the surface after the Charlie Kirk assassination? And now you've got turbulence and turmoil and hate and division everywhere, literally everywhere. This is the kind of times where gold and silver thrive, and we should just take advantage of it.
Right. So you mentioned in your last your market report, how much is the dollar down over the last year?
10% so far, and it's only September.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's one of the reasons why it's a little bit more expensive for you to buy that silver, but it is still a great opportunity right now. You're going to see a doubling, maybe even this year in the rest of this year, and then a tripling and quadrupling, and it just keeps going to go. It's going to keep going up as we see more and more tensions, more and more social unrest that's coming around the world, more chasing the quality, flight to quality. You're going to see a lot of money come out of the stock market probably towards the end of the year, maybe into next year. It might even go through into next year before it finally starts to come unwound.
Yeah.
I love your site. I highly recommend everybody go over to your site and just click on silver. When you click on silver, you're going to get this nice chart. And then you can play with the chart. There's the one for the Dow Jones. As you guys can see, that little orange line right there is way below what silver is up over 40% year to date. All right, over the last year. So you're going to, and like we've talked about, if you jumped in when we jumped up and down to get you guys to buy back when it was 17, you're more than doubled your profit right now. Did you do that in anything else? And unless you're a very, very savvy investor, no. But you look at the S&P, you look at the FTSE, the UK stock market, nothing. Crude oil, way down there.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah, and then the U.S. dollar, it's this under 0%, return. So that's where we're at right now. So how do you take advantage of this? You get a free consultation with Dr. Kirk Elliott's, maybe even Dr. Kirk Elliott. I don't know. Do you still sometimes work with people individually?
Very few.
Very few, but it does happen.
Very few, but it does happen occasionally. But yeah, I'm just busy doing research and shows like you, and sadly, I can't talk to everybody anymore. Like I started with 20-something years ago. I was a one-man band. I did everything, right? But yeah, just different time, different place. But I still am able to talk to a few people a week.
Very nice, very nice. So, to contact him, obviously, kepm.com. And then you have the phone number, 720-605-3900. You can fill out the form online and have somebody contact you that way as well. Just let them know what you're interested in. They'll get back with you. So, we're moving into, like we've talked about for years now, it's been a little slow in the making, which has been great. It's given us the opportunity to load up on silver, which a lot of us have done. I was just visiting with Scott McKay, and I remember talking to him a couple years ago, and he was asking me about silver, and I said, you better load up, and he did. So, and he's very happy he did. And then a lot of other people that have followed our advice are very happy they did as well. It's still, you're still going to be happy you loaded up on silver still to this day.
I mean, I just talked to Scott this morning, literally like an hour ago.
Nice.
And he was ecstatic because he's doubled, Michael.
Oh, yeah.
He's doubled from what he started with. It's like, who wouldn't be happy with that?
I talked to him while I was there, and I gave him some new advice. I said, don't sell yet.
Yeah.
Hold on. Keep it for into the next year. So, and then maybe you'll take a little bit of profit, but you want to hold on as much as you can. Right.
Absolutely.
All right, Dr. Kirk Elliott. We always appreciate your insights. I know you have a busy schedule, so we're going to let you go. But thanks so much for coming in and sharing.
You bet. It's my pleasure.
All right. So, hello, everyone. It's Michael Jacob with Unleashing the Twitch Secrets. Hope that light off my head doesn't blind you. So, So. I was watching the Charlie Kirk memorial pretty much all day. It's bittersweet. It's going to take a while to kill it, make it go away, like they were attempting to do with the Republicans and conservatives. But we're as who is it that crossed the Rubicon? Julius Caesar. And once he crossed the Rubicon, it was game over, right? He was like, okay, here we go. We're going to kick some ass. Veni, vidi, vici, right? I came, I saw, I conquered. So that's basically what's happening now with conservatives. We've had enough of the bullshit from the Democrats. Amazingly, like Erica Kirk said during the memorial when in her speech, she's like, there were, unlike when the Democrats, have their people, have problems with them, there were no riots, no cities burned, no people were killed, right? So, but the Democrats continue to shoot everything up. The leftists, the liberals. There was like Jimmy Kimmel got fired from ABC, so I guess a supporter went and shot up a ABC news station, shot several bullets into it, and he got arrested. So I mean, the violence still happens. They're more pissed off that Jimmy Kimmel got taken off the air because of a comment that he made about Charlie Kirk than the actual killing of Charlie Kirk. Or whatever happened there. right? So the latest is there's a guy in the crowd that supposedly has a handgun, fits in the hand, and so he's so accurate he can, like, shoot that handgun between his fingers, and it got Charlie Kirk and killed him. So that's the latest. There's going to be more of those that are probably going to come. That's the latest. When that gets pretty much, people get spun in that direction for a little bit, and some people believe it, and some people are like, that's stupid. Then that'll stop, and they'll start another one. That's the way these things are. So they're going to keep doing that until people are like, stop with the bullshit, right? But they're going to keep coming until people do. So I've seen this many, many, many times. The palm pistol, Kristen. Yeah, look it up. It's a palm pistol. A guy in a brown shirt, and they're like, look at the angle, and it's like just the same stuff. So that yesterday it was a guy in a like stairwell, and the angle was perfect for him, and now the angle's perfect for the guy with a hand pistol that you can't really tell, but look kind of like there's something in between his fingers, and it fits between your fingers. But yeah, you can not even I'm going to have to sight in to get an accurate shot with my pistol, but somebody can just bring their hand up to their chest, and boom, it's just perfect. And people are going to believe it, evidently. So it is what it is. People are going to, look at this stuff. They'll continue to discuss it and talk about it until they get tired of it, and then they'll stop. Right? Like I said, I've seen this over and over again. And I've known, like I know this one, to be basically false flag. And I've seen other events that I knew because I was on the other side of it, that things were a false flag. And then I saw the press ramping it up and ramping it up and ramping it up. And it got to the place now when we see that the aliens were involved in Charlie Kirk's shooting, that's probably the sign that we've reached the pinnacle. Because I've seen that in other events where they just keep, what else can we throw at these knuckleheads and they might believe it? It's the one that really usually gets people is the alien involvement. All right, so when we see the alien involvement come up, if that even gets to that point, then we know we've reached the pinnacle. So it's very unfortunate. Obviously Charlie Kirk is no longer with us, whether he's in witness protection, Valhalla, we've had other people talking about, like Wano Saban. So is he in Valhalla? And, I don't know. I don't know where Valhalla is, but that's a code name, it sounds like, for, witness protection. Now, I heard that President Trump, haven't had a chance to look it up, but somebody said it in the chat today in another show that I had earlier, that President Trump signed a bill that would, I guess, maybe leniency as long as it was, for circumstances that, their life was in danger, maybe. I don't know. I haven't read the bill. If it was a bill, if it was signed into law, I don't know. All right. So we have also Congress, which has to pass the bill before October 1st. Otherwise, the government shuts down. Now, they play this game all the time. The only time that I've ever seen them extend it was during the Obama administration. And that only impacted people like myself that were, and I think maybe it's one of the targets, people like myself that were doing security for the CIA. So I couldn't go overseas. Probably impacted other people. The military, they got their money, which is good. We want to make sure they get paid, right? And there were essential personnel were getting paid, but everything else was shutting down. But things just kept going. Maybe they should do that for a while, every time. Now we know they're cutting costs on a lot of stuff. USAID basically took that off the books to a great extent. It's saved billions of dollars. They cut all kinds of education and all kinds of crazy stuff that was basically laundering and, stealing money. They cut a lot of stuff. Now in Argentina, remember how Elon Musk said we're going to do it like Milu did it in Argentina? The president of Argentina came in and just started chopping everything, and that was well received. But I'm going to show you how maybe that is not so good. All right, for him, his party, and also the future of Argentina. So now, United States, how much longer before the United States basically has problems? We're going to see. We're going to see how much longer they're able to extend this crisis that's brewing, right? Extend it to the point before it actually happens, right? Now, Charlie Kirk, it happened in Phoenix where they did the memorial. Now, you see this car wreck right here. I was traveling back home from Las Vegas. You see that's the desert highway. You see all the clouds. I'm going to show you some where it was like pouring rain. It's kind of clear right there right now, but it was super pouring rain. I noticed it was pouring rain, obviously, and I have a Range Rover that has I can dial in different, like, it basically adjusts the suspension so that I can go over like desert terrain, snow, rocks. I can rock crawl with the car. The car is absolutely phenomenal. I have big fat Pirelli tires on it. So I was starting to get a little light, and I was like, a little hydroplaning. And so, because it was really dumping rain. And so I dialed in basically the rain dial. So it basically adjusts the suspension so it, doesn't hydroplane. So I'm traveling, as you guys can see, if you look back here, this is the road coming up the hill. I'm coming up the hill. It's pouring rain. I'd already slowed down a little bit because, Mike's an intuitive, and sometimes I just listen to what I feel. And this car right here was coming in the opposite direction. He was at the top of a hill, at the hill that I'm going up. And I noticed he got light. So he's in a Kia. I noticed that Kia got light right at the top of the hill. And I came off my gas. And I'm usually fairly aggressive driver. I don't speed other than when I pass people that are knuckleheads on the road. So I have a car that really goes really fast. It's turbocharged. And so I love that because I get to go around knuckleheads or inconsiderate drivers. So I can go fast, or I can, it's got like these unbelievable brakes that will stop the car on almost a dime. And when I saw that car, that Kia, get light, I was like, oh, that's not good. So I came off my accelerator, and I'm getting ready to maneuver, pump the brakes, whatever I got to do. And I saw his car start to come into my lane, right? But I still got a good distance, and I can still maneuver. So I'm not completely concerned about it. And then I saw his car spin, and it spun and it spun. And it's almost like it got some kind of force that took it over. And it just started going in reverse at a high speed. It went up this embankment right here that you see on my side of the road, and it started flipping. It flipped several times, and it came to a stop right there. I went past it. We called 911, and they came after several minutes. But I got out and I started, seeing if I could help the guy. Where's the photos? Photos. Oh, it's a pain in the butt. All right, so let me see if I can pull them up. Anyway, I'm not going to mess around with it. It's not going to play. All right, so it basically shows me writing the report. I'm with the guy. I'm asking the guy, where are you from? And or where are you going? He's like, I'm from Phoenix. He was going to Phoenix. and his car lost control right in front of mine. So, of course, I've talked about Charlie Kirk. My life is always targeted. So, I don't know. Was it just a coincidence that this? And imagine if I wasn't intuitive, if I wasn't an expert driver that's been through many driving schools for the CIA and so forth, and I felt very, very comfortable, even, with this car losing control and spinning right in front of me. I was like, I still got a chance to maneuver. I'm still good. And we just watched it spin in front of us, go up the bank, like I said, flip over right in front of us, and then come to a stop. And then we just pulled a little bit back, got in, flashing lights, called 911. I got out, talked to the guy, helped him out. He had lacerations on his forehead. He was bleeding. His car was total, right? Total. Unbelievable. But he survived. I asked, is anybody else in the car? He's like, no. And I, was trying to keep him talking because he had hit his head. I didn't want him going concussion or anything. Or if he was going into a concussion, keep him talking. So I just kept asking him questions, and very, very nice guy, but crazy stuff. So yeah, we have these events that happen to us, guys, and like a Charlie Kirk assassination, Now, like I said, and I believe Charlie Kirk is not with us in the old sense of the word, but in another sense of the word, he's in witness protection, right? So you're going to continue to have all these different things. They're going to come out. Some of it's deep state spinning, some it's white hat spinning, and so forth. And it's like I said, it's going to just continue. Other people will be threatened, like this one guy that went to shoot up the ABC because I guess, he loves Jimmy Kimmel, and he doesn't like. So I heard that ABC is now in negotiations. I don't know if this is a ruse, so maybe they can throw off the people that are going to leftist crazies are going to start to target them. It's like we're in negotiations to maybe have Jimmy Kimmel come back, and which they probably don't, because he had super low people watching him. They were falling off a cliff. They wear them out until they are no longer useful, and they need to discard them, right? So his show, I think he had at the lowest, he had 160,000 people watching him, or 116,000 watching him. My video on Charlie Kirk, in fact, got more views than that on Rumble, which is my low view, place. It already had that many views when it got pulled off of YouTube. So, I got more views than Jimmy Kimmel, in the end, talking about Charlie Kirk. So he talked about Charlie Kirk, had low views, and they kicked him off. That's sweet justice, right? And then a car spins out of control in front of me and almost takes me out. It's like, it's crazy world we live in, guys. That's normal for me, though. So anyway, that's where we're at now. If you didn't watch the Charlie Kirk memorial, I recommend it. It was beautiful. All right. I think there's pretty much a revival that's going on now in America. People are, coming to God, reading the Bible, taking up Jesus Christ, and all. I think that's fantastic, because that's where America needs to be right now. All right. Because what does that do to the Luciferians? It pushes them out. Right. Luciferians are real. All right. Those of us that really ascribe to God, and I'm not talking about all the churches, because some of those churches are Luciferian churches, guys. All right. They promote transgenderism, all kinds of crazy stuff. They twist the words of the Bible around. They're Luciferian churches. So just because a lot of people are going back to church, what kind of church? Right? What kind of church are they going back to? So that's a very powerful thing that I think that's happening. It is quite moving to me. All right. So again, Charlie Kirk, whether you believe he was shot, whether you believe he was not shot, regardless, it is a movement that is being built off that. Amazingly, in 11 days after he's shot, they had this massive event, 100,000 people. They couldn't fit them all into the stadium. And President Trump was made sure that everybody realized this is not an arena, it's a stadium. Right? Stadium has a lot more people. I don't know how many that Glendale, Arizona stadium holds, but it was full. It was packed. And there was like many more that were watching on other video screens. And that's normally the way what happens or what did happen at Trump events. I went to several of them. There were massive crowds that they were outdoor events. The ones I went to, pretty cool ones. No way all the people that were at the events that I was at would fit in 2 stadiums, right? So it's pretty impressive. The movement, Donald Trump's movement, and Charlie Kirk. They're crediting Charlie Kirk with helping, if not actually being the reason why President Trump and his whole cabinet, which was there to speak, his whole cabinet. It was like a dictator's dream to take down, Trump and his whole team. If the Russians really did hate us, if the Chinese really did hate us, which they don't, they would have basically taken that stadium out, and they've taken down all of the government of the United States. Right? That counts. The other ones, the Democrats that didn't show up, they can't run the country. They've already shown that in every state they're in. So, and of course, they make really stupid decisions in Congress and Senate and stuff. Imagine those people running the show. Well, we did see what happened when those people did run the show, and it was a shit show. Like, we just had a great example with Joe Biden. Good God, what a train wreck of a administration, the worst administration in the history of the United States. So we know what a full-on Democrat run government is like. It's a train wreck, and that's another reason why in pretty much every state they're in, it's a train wreck. It's falling apart. Chicago. Trump said again, Charlie Kirk was from Chicago, and he begged President Trump to save Chicago. And Trump said that he's going to do that. All right. It's going to happen. But Chicago's going to resist. They're going to absolutely resist, just like the criminal. And they're already resisting ICE right now on a massive scale in Chicago. So it's got to happen. You're going to have to put National Guard in there to protect the ICE agents. This is what we've already seen in Los Angeles. And then if it gets worse, we're going to see the military go in. Now, the military will probably go into almost every town. The military is on the border. The border right now, almost zero drugs coming across the border, almost zero illegal aliens coming across the border. It's like Border Patrol that's been there for generations. People that have had, family ties of people that have been working the border as border security. And they said that there's never been a time like this. So at some point, it will happen in every city in the United States. All right. So let's look at this beautiful, all these beautiful people, Americans that are in the stadium. Absolutely fantastic. This stadium is full of people. And like I said, President Trump's entire cabinet came and spoke.
He chose our schools as his arena because he knows that they are meant to teach, to train our young people to think critically, to debate ideas, to test their strength through a clash of reason. But too often, these schools silence debate, saying words are violence and dissenting voices are hushed, and those who speak of God Those who speak the truth, simple, objective truths, like there are only two genders in these schools, they are told you have no voice. Charlie chose this arena to take these people head on, to challenge these institutions, these students and faculty, encouraging them to come, to speak honestly, bring your ideas, debate loudly, and think critically.
So this is the way conservatives think. It is the way that America was always meant to be until we're infiltrated by the Luciferians. All right. So again, this is going to stop. I've seen a lot of the Luciferians, their comments on social media. It's atrocious, absolutely atrocious. Literal witches cackling, saying that it's good that he's gone, but there's two more that should be next, and they just cackling like witches. It's amazing. So this is what we're going to see going forward, as far as like this exposure of this evil side, and people are just going to like start to turn away from it.
I miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are.
So the nuclear family is a revival. The male and the female and children, they represented that. You know, it's moving back in that direction. You know, the transgenderism, you know, it's basically not homelessness, you know, homosexuality, all these things. Probably homosexuality and transgenderism are not going to go completely away, but it's not going to be put on a pedestal. It's not going to be what most of us in the United States and probably the rest of the world adhere to. And you know, if you're living in the Middle East, then of course, you know, the way they deal with homosexuality, throw people off buildings. That's never going to happen here. We treat everyone with respect. No one needs to be feel threatened. Conservatives will allow you to do what you're going to do, as long as you're not being gross or stepping over bounds and coming at their children and so forth, which we've seen, unfortunately, start to accelerate. America, unfortunately, now is the #1 place of child trafficking and so forth. So that's going to stop. That will stop. And of course, President Trump is here to help make it happen.
He was always in it for the mission. As he liked to say, even back then, we have a country to save. Just what he did. He'd call me all the time, sir, we have a country to save. I said, Charlie, thanks very much for telling me that. I appreciate it.
All right. So yeah, we, the American people, have a country to save. All right. It's ours to lose or ours to save. Which do you choose? All right. I choose to save it. I choose to be, you know, out here vocally getting myself targeted. All right. But, you know, we do have a very good audience out there. There's a lot of good commentary out there. 50 years ago, long after the great event that traumatized America, the murder of President John F. Kennedy, and later his brother Bobby, evidence is surfacing pointing the accusing finger at a then unrecognized deep state. Now, the deep state, up until a few years ago, was never, that term was never used on any, if you're on social media, it got taken off. If it was on, it was never mentioned by anyone within the political realm. They never said deep state. Now it is commonly talked about. That word that many of us have been, you know, whispering and talking about and sharing as much as we can for a long time is now well known. We know that we're under threat. We know that the world is under threat. And that is why the world, basically after the Charlie Kirk assassination event, now that is why the world is pushing back on their, you know, deep state, you know, institutions. People that are controlling them are trying to control them. Now here we have, the deep state trots out Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, AOC, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, Gavin Newsom, who is now being investigated. Gavin Newsom, yeah, he made some comments recently. I think about who did he talk about? He talked about who did he talk about? Let me think. It's Kristi Noem, all right? Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. I'm pulling up the thing I don't remember, but I do when it's here waiting for me. So Bill Essayli, the acting U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California, on Saturday said he referred Governor, and this is the acting U.S. Attorney for Central District of California. Wow, in California. He is referring Gavin Newsom to the Secret Service for a full threat assessment after he made statements saying, basically, Kristi Noem is going to have a bad day today. Right? That could be, anything. But if anyone said that about anyone in the political realm at the top like this, you're going to get looked at. So this is monumental. They're starting to find things on a lot of these, deep state puppets. Gavin Newsom, obviously, one of them, right? So Noem has neither responded to Newsom nor Essayli, and neither has Governor Newsom. So Newsom, right? So Newsom is his days are numbered, I think, and it probably will get that nice necktie at some point. So the Trump administration ramped up its mass deportation campaign, and now Newsom is basically saying that any federal government person that's in the state of California must not wear a mask. This is the guy that insisted that everybody wear a mask just a few years ago. All right. He was so vigilant in his knuckleheadedness that I left the state of California and went to Florida. All right. So how much longer? How much longer do we have to put up with Gavin Newsom and a lot of these deep state puppets that are out there? All right. Time's ticking. Time keeps on ticking into the future. Yeah. So they don't have much. They don't have much more of that left before they go bye-bye. That's my thoughts on that. So I don't know. Who knows? Maybe they hang out. So is the Fed about to ignite a 1999 style market melt up? So basically, just like what's happening right now, the Fed started to cut interest rates. The stock market, as you guys, some of you might remember, the 2000 .com explosion upwards. If it had a dot and a com after its name, it went up 100%, 600%, 1,000% a day sometimes. So it was insane. So we're in the same situation as we saw with the .com bust, well, eventual bust, but everything that happened during the .com explosion. Now, the thing that's different this time is we didn't have residential and commercial real estate crashing. So you're having a lot of that money that's coming out of it's already come out of commercial real estate on a massive scale, and still is coming out of it. 85-95% crash in a lot of the prices for commercial real estate. We're already starting to see 5, 10, 15, 20% price declines. Some places even 50% already, in some places in Florida and in Utah. So it's already starting to pick up speed in a lot of areas, and we're just getting started. This party is just getting started. Now, some of you guys know that I've been talking about this for years, at least a couple of years. I like, get out of real estate, right? I had the billionaires telling me this is going to be bad because we're already seeing it turn. So they're at the top of the food chain saying that things are going to get ugly. Of course, it took a while, and some of that was because a lot of liquidity flooded into the market after that, right? And they just dumped money and that money went all over the place and a lot of billionaires' pockets, of course. And now they're scrambling. They're investing in silver to protect their assets, protect their asses. So now if you have any money left, because I'm hearing from a lot of people that they don't have any money, we're just getting started, guys. It's going to get a lot worse before it's all over. It's going to be, 1929 on like the mother of all crashes, right? The mother of all stock crashes, which will extend to everything. So we will have almost everything go up in price. Stock market wise, silver and gold will go to like crazy levels. Probably the crypto will go to crazy levels, but everything else, not so much, right? Everything else, not so much. You're going to see businesses fail. You're going to see housing, like I've been talking about, really start to pick up speed to the downside. I've been watching this for a long time. The last couple months, I have seen prices in a lot of different areas. I've seen, like here where I'm at in, I looked at one property in 2017. The builder basically sold the property, brand new house, beautiful home, for $1.4 million. This is in 2017. Now, this was almost at the bottom of the 2008, 2009 stock market crash. Of course, that was precipitated by residential prices collapsing. And now we've already seen the peak, and we're starting to see it come down the other side. So, and it took it years and years and years before it started to come back. So 2017 was around the time frame. 2016, 2017 was a time frame where it started to turn. And then when we got the money that just dumped into the market, a lot of people bought real estate. Real estate went on a ridiculous ride high. Ridiculous, all right? So that $1.4 million home that I was talking about went to $13 million several months ago. It has dropped, or actually $14 million. It's dropped $1 million, right? So it's $13 million. They were listing it as $14 million. Now it is $13 million, but it's probably going to go back down to that 1.7 or even lower, guys. That's what's going to happen, right? Anyone that buys that place is going to get stuck holding that price probably for, you look at the stock market crash in 1929, it took 35 years before it just to get back to that price, just to that price. And then it went higher, and then it dropped below that price again in, I think, the 70s, and then it went up, and then it's gone higher ever since. So you saw the Japanese stock market also collapse. It didn't reach its high point until last year. So .com, so that's 25 years that it was down, and now it's back below the point of its high back in the .com era, right? So we're going to see the same thing happen again, guys. We're going to see massive stock markets liquidating and on a massive scale, on an absolutely massive scale. And so cutting rates. So we're going to see rate cut after rate cut after rate cut, and probably into the next year. That's basically, I've said that already. I said we're going to see, I said that this rate cut that was coming, I predicted it. I predicted all the other rate cuts as well. I predicted the stock market crash in 2019 that happened in 2020, where the stock market, and I've said this many times, I predicted within 100 points of where it actually crashed, right? And so I'm not ready to predict this one yet. It's not time yet, but it will crash. Just like I said, housing prices will start to crash, and they're going to crash. I said it a couple years. So you've had a couple years to like liquidate and make some money and put it in silver, right? So if you haven't done that, you're going to get left holding the bag, right? And I know a lot of boomers out there that have a lot of real estate, and they're going to get, you better get out of that. You better get out of that. All right. So, I mean, yeah, you were smart to get in it, and you made some nice profits. I'm giving you advice, hard-won advice. All right. So, all right. So we're basically going to see the same thing that we saw during the last .com bust, and you're going to get it doubly bad. 1929 .com crash, 2011, 2008, 2009 crash, all of it, all rolled in one. It's coming. Now, we could see this thing get pushed and stay pushed by the Trump administration all the way into the November elections next year. And then, right? So I don't know. I don't know if it's going to last that long. That's a long time from now. That's well over a year. And, you know, a lot of us been predicting this, and like I said, I predicted a couple of years ago, I thought, you know, in 2022, that was it. We're seeing the end of it. And it bounced back. It bounced back. Very amazing. Housing prices were crashing. Stock market was crashing. And then it just turned around. When it started going back up. And I was like, bullshit. It kept going. And now it's like crazy high. And it's going to get a lot higher. A lot higher. All right. This is always happens at the end. The last place, the last thing to see the money come out of it will be the stock market. So as the rate cuts come, that's basically crack. That's crack to the stock market addict. All right. Now the housing addict isn't going to get any relief. Right. A lot of people were like, well, when they start to cut rates, they were waiting for the rate cuts to come, and they thought that, you know, mortgage rates would be lower and then people come in. No. People do not have money for that. Right. We're at a crash, the crash for housing. We've already seen the crash for high-end housing is started a long time ago in certain areas. The crash in commercial real estate been going on for well over a year, going into 2 years now, right? That's going to continue. The residential real estate is going to start to pick up speed. Every month it's going to keep up more, faster and faster and faster. More and more houses are going to drop in price, percentage-wise. Massive percentage price destruction. Destruction and home prices, all right, is here, and it's going to pick up speed. So you guys are holding the real estate. You're going to get spanked if you think it's going to turn around. If you have a realtor telling you to hold it, they're giving you some bad advice. All right. So maybe in certain areas, every area that I'm checking, not so much. All right. So that $13 million home here that went for $1.4 million, you know, what was that? not even 10 years ago, 8 years ago, it went to ridiculous price in 8 years. That's ridiculous. That's like 12x, 13, 12x, whatever it was. All right. So that normally, that is the kind of price appreciation that you see in some of the crazy bubbles. So we had a housing price bubble that was created again. It was created and it burst back in 2009 to 11. And it just kept going down and down in certain areas and stayed down, and then started to slowly creep back up. And then when we got the money flushing out into the system, helicopter dumps of money from the Fed, everything started blowing up. Everything started going up, right? Stock market, home prices, you name it, everything went up. Car prices, all right? Now people are like forfeiting their cars all over the place. The highest level of basically people reneging on their car loans, highest ever. We have the highest ever of credit card default. So many things that you normally don't hear of unless you look at these things, right? So we're going to start to see the housing prices start to collapse. People are going to sell those homes and going to put it in the stock market. If they're smart, they'll put it in silver. So that's where we're going, guys. It's going to, and if you're holding out on a price of a home If you've cut once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times, you probably need to cut a little more aggressively. Hello, you better get on it. Better get on it. Or you're gonna be cutting home prices. Probably that guy with a $13 million home. If he cut like $3 million off, he probably sucker somebody into buying it, right? Former $14 million home, you can get it for 10, right? And I don't know, maybe some sucker's gonna buy it for 13 million. I don't know. There's just because you got a lot of money doesn't mean you're smart, right? All right. And maybe there's a reason why they want the loss. So some people want a massive loss and they can write it off on taxes. So that could be happening too. I don't know. That's crazy to me. Why would you ever want to lose money for anything? Anyway, so let's look at the screen. I'll show you guys a graph. I like to look at the technicals, but I'm also a guy that looks at fundamentals. I would say I'm very rounded when it comes to picking stocks or homes or whatever. I have stayed out of buying homes for the last several years because I knew this time was coming where everything was going to crash, right? It's not here yet. I thought it was here, like I said, in 2022. They manipulated, gave it a little breath of life so it could still stay alive a little bit longer. This is the summer of 1998. Global financial turmoil erupted following Russia's debt default. So we basically, we being the United States, basically helped Russia collapse, or the Soviet Union collapse. And that was Juan O'Savins talked about it several times. This was a military thing where they came in, they dropped the price of gas to Texans. Good job, Texans. They dropped the price of gas like crazy. Of course, Russians, they make money selling gas too, like they're doing right now. And they came in and they just like created this massive downfall, which destroyed the Soviet Union. And then we have Russia. So during this time frame, they started cutting rates. This is when Greenspan came in. Remember, Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance. And he said that several years, over 3 years before the stock market crashed. So he warned of irrational exuberance. And I've been warning about that for a couple of years now. We're probably going to get maybe another year of it. We'll see, because we're cutting rates. And like you see here, the NASDAQ went from like 1,000 to like 45, almost 5,000. And then it came all the way back down to 1,000. Right. And it didn't come back again for a long, long time. There's no graph here that shows that. I've showed this on other shows. But during this time frame, markets around the world collapsed. Here's one, the Asian financial crisis, riot in Indonesia. We've seen riots in Indonesia recently. All right. We've seen a lot of this stuff, happening around the world already. So now where's another place where this has happened? Another place where this has happened is in Argentina, like I talked about earlier. So let me share the screen, show you guys Argentina. So this is canary in the coal mine stuff, guys. Now, Melu admits the market is in panic mode as Argentine capital exodus accelerates. So we're going to start to see the collapse of markets around the world as the most powerful country still in the world, with the dollar being the reserve currency of the world, begins to have its massive, all the money comes to America and will blow up our stock market, will blow up probably crypto, will blow up silver and gold. It will go to a crazy level. Everything will crash. Silver and gold will pull back pretty good because it's a sell everything when everything starts to sell. Then silver and gold will turn around and will never look back, just like we saw in other stock market crashes. Only this time it will just keep going because eventually we're going to go back to silver and gold as, you know, it's going to be pegged to the dollar or whatever it's going to be pegged to, right? So in a desperate attempt to satisfy demand for hard currency and prevent the peso from cratering, the 3-day intervention rose to 1.1 billion. So this is a country that only has 20 billion in liquid foreign reserves. So as you guys can see, it is collapsing. Now, will his government collapse? No. Melu basically came out with the, you know, he had the chainsaw and he took the chainsaw to all this stuff. He had like whiteboards and all that kind of stuff. Same thing that Elon Musk did. Remember seeing Elon with the chainsaw? So they basically copied what Melu did. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but something like that. Looks like Melu, but it could be something different. So anyway, you see basically it's crashing. Now, it was the darling at one point. As Bloomberg points out, it's a stark change of fortunes for Melu, whose deep spending cuts and sweeping reforms had been welcomed by global investors soon after the libertarian economists took office in late 2023. So 2 years later, it's collapsing. And if he doesn't get a lot of people voting for him next month in October, it's not going to be good. So we expect continued foreign exchange and asset price volatility between now and the national midterm vote on October 26th, right? So a little over a month away. If they don't go in his favor, which, you know, it's the economy, stupid. All right. So if the economy is not doing good, it's not good for the party that's in power ever. Right. So its time is not on Argentina's side. So that's the article. So from Zero Hedge. Right. Not looking good. So that's a tattletale. That's basically canary in the coal mine. We've seen this, like I said, around the world where people are rioting. I think it's going to happen in France where Macron gets replaced. Whether he wants to be replaced or not, he's going to be replaced. All right. We'll see the same thing with Starmer in the UK. Maybe in other countries, we'll see people getting replaced. And like I said in another show, the deep state, they don't care. They like chaos. So if these guys, get their heads chopped off and they get paraded through the streets on a pike, that's chaos, and they do well in chaos, right? They come here, they always have a alternative for everybody. It's like, oh, you didn't like macaroni and cheese? Well, we have French fries for you, right? Yeah, beefaroni or whatever, So we got another dish for you, and look, you're gonna like this so much more. And it's Macron, he was dealing with the aliens, and so we showed you that, so we had to take him out. So, and Starmer, he got beamed up in aircraft and came down. He was doing stupid, so we had to take him out too. Charlie Kirk, all the assassins are coming from other planets, and so everybody's gonna be like, we don't want to hear that shit anymore. So that's kind of the way the shit works. So we got the ThreeI Atlas coming in. They're gonna drop off some Andromeda Anunnaki, and they're gonna be parading around like 20 feet tall and chopping people up, and then the economy is gonna collapse. I don't know. It's just make it up as you go along. It's better than a lot of stuff we're seeing out there. All right. Chicken Little, my wife says. Oh, the sky is falling. That's a good one. All right. So the show that I did this morning on September 11th, I was supposed to have Kurt Weldon on. He could make it. So I went ahead and did a show on 9/11 anyway, because I'm an expert in when it's bullshit. Right. I come in and I've been talking about 9/11 since 9/11 happened. Right. And that's when the stock market really crashed after 9/11, right? .com bust was going on, and it really picked up speed. And they're like, don't look here, look over there. type thing, and the stock market crashed, and some people made money like myself, and some people didn't. But anyway, this was people came in and chatted. Like I said, when I get a chance, I'll look at the chat. This was a really good. People came in and chatted really good about this. It surprises me that there's still people that believe the 9/11, bullshit. In October 2001, so a month later, he's in Toronto, Canada. He said there were many police and firefighters present at the conference. There were many from New York and many who were working on the sifting of all the debris of 9/11. These brave souls were suffering then. Of course they were, because that was when the radiological effects are most intense, right afterwards. And he goes on to say, and are still suffering. Now, if they treated them for radiological damage, they probably make a lot of headway faster in helping and treating these guys, but they're not for most cases, because they can't admit it. They can't admit it. It says both police and firefighters. It was tragic and obvious then, and it still haunts me today that we were misled. Yes, it's very tragic, and it still goes on. The lies and manipulation still continue almost a quarter century later. All right, so here's another one. Retired fire department, New York here. I was off that day, but we were all called in and recalled. We weren't let in, I guess, into the city until that evening, as they were afraid of secondary attacks or devices. So they staged us in alternating slots. Couldn't afford to lose masses of people in a location. So yes, as often happens with Al-Qaeda attacks, but this wasn't an Al-Qaeda attack, it was a deep state attack. There are multiple attacks to take out more and more people. We're going to talk about that in a minute, because that's coming for our U.S. cities, guys. Even the 9/11 Commission admitted in the report that evidence and information was withheld. A good friend of mine was friends with Oreo, the guy that I talked about on the show. Absolute hero, was made it all the way up to where the plane crashed into the building. They were on top of the fires, like so they were in the 9/11 fake report. They were saying fires were raging. So here we have this fire crew that made it all the way up there. They had restored one of the communication devices, which all seemed to magically have been taken down. So there wasn't any communication with a lot of the firefighters, unfortunately. But he was able to communicate because he restored one of the communication devices, and he was passing information. He said that they were on the floor, just need a little bit of help, and then everything should be good. They would have control of the fire, and then the building collapsed a minute later. So obviously the deep state heard that, and they're like, okay, collapse it now. So within time after he passed that, there were reports where people on floors that were starting to collapse. So the floors above him were starting to pancake down, collapsing. They were being explosively detonated, and they were collapsing, and it collapsed on all. Right. He says, if you search through many members who stated clearly they heard the explosions right before the buildings came down. Unfortunately, most of the department accepted the standard story of lies. So this is another thing that I keep telling everybody. As long as we have people agreeing to the narrative, refusing to accept the truth for whatever reason, this shit show continues, guys. So he goes on to say, it's such a touchy subject that even members would argue if you question the narrative. I know, because I always try to question and do the critical thinking, kind of like a Charlie Kirk guy with the guys I work with. And yeah, they got really, upset, right? Argumentative and, wanted to fight and all kinds of stuff, but they didn't fight me, right? They knew they didn't want to fight me. All right. There is so much evidence of what really happened that day. Never mind Building 7. Right. So thank you, Johnny Hot Rod, for that statement. Very good. All right, so there were all other people have put other things. Now it takes bravery to come in and make these comments because people might know who you are. All right, and like this gentleman and myself included, we get blowback from knuckleheads that still want to, believe in the narrative and want to fight everybody that doesn't, they become like those Nazis on mask wearing, right? How many of those people that were Nazis on mask wearing are saying they're sorry for having done that now? None of them, right? All right, so Jaco, New York City here. Thank you for all you do and the intel blessings. Jaco, the Dancing Jews, allegedly involved with Bush. Okay, that's another one. So yeah, those were some pretty good comments. There's many more. I know you guys come in here. You do thousands of comments. Of course, I can't read all those comments, but I catch a few of them. And yeah, mask holes. That's a good one. The all-seeing guy. All right, we're gonna have to put that up. Let's show that one. All right. Hopefully that shows up. Maybe my skin tone's not letting that come through. So let me get over here. It's like, all right, that's gray. It's like maybe the skin tone. There we go. Mask holes. Urgent intelligence alert. So that doesn't mean it's going to happen soon, but it is getting closer than ever, I feel. So must read urgent intelligence alert. NCTC confirms Al-Qaeda presence. Been talking about this one ever since Joe Biden got in office, started letting these knuckleheads into our country. Al-Qaeda presence on U.S. soil. Imminent sorry, that's my wife just blowing up over there. She caught herself, sorry. Multi-city Islamic terror attacks. Sources tell me tonight that the National Counterterrorism Center, NCTC, has officially determined that Islamic terrorists affiliated with Al-Qaeda have infiltrated U.S. soil and are actively planning a series of coordinated Islamic terror attacks. Duh, we've been saying this for years, guys. Get out of the big cities. This marks the first time federal counterterrorism officials have openly acknowledged the immediacy of such threats, signaling a potential escalation in domestic jihadist activity not seen since the height of ISIS-inspired plots in the mid-2010s. All right. All right, so according to the latest assessment, shared classified briefing, blah, blah, blah. Group's resurgence in Afghanistan. Thank you, Joe Biden, for pulling out of there. And the North and Central Africa have embedded themselves across major urban centers in the U.S. All right, so because this is going to be on a more widespread attack than has ever been. This is going to be like 9/11 on steroids, guys, because it's going to be multi-city. So they're buying up uniforms, police, first responder uniforms from surplus outlets, online vendors in at least 5 states. The 5 states that I say will probably go away: New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, and Miami. There'll be a lot more, but those are the ones they're saying right now. So they've, through CCTV footage and credit card anomalies and so forth. So they're getting all this stuff, and they intend to blend in, allowing attackers to blend in, direct panic crowds, or even execute secondary strikes on fleeing victims. And Donna Ferrara. We're going to have a nice little discussion. We're going to talk about the latest and greatest events that everybody's on everybody's mind. ThreeI Atlas. Maybe we'll delve into the recent Charlie Kirk and human trafficking. We can go into a lot of different areas. I know everyone on this panel has deep insights into a lot of stuff, and we'll just move in that direction. We got Mike Barra joining us now. Hey, Mike. And
hi guys, how you doing?
Good. So we'll start off with Donna. She's going to present an upcoming event, and then we'll start to do a roundtable. Go ahead, Donna.
Hi, everybody. My name is Donna Ferrara. I live here on Long Island. And I wanted to gift Long Island New Yorkers and those near Long Island to this wonderful panel that I'm bringing to New York, Long Island, to share with us some of their insights and perceptions of what's going on, bring a little bit more awareness to our financial institution, how that's been designed, some of our misleading information, how we learned in school, maybe some of the history could be unraveled by Mr. Brad. And we have lovely Laura here, spiritual, beautiful Laura, who I'm telling you, she's been a little bit of my backbone. Laura, thank you so much. And we have fabulous Kerry, one of my favorite podcasters, who is well diverse and very educated in her history of whistleblowers and her research and studies. And we have a lot to look forward to. And we just lost Michael. Maybe because I brought up the financial institution, he went off screen. You know, I didn't mean to scare him like that. I don't know what happened there, but he'll come back.
We'll let him back in. No worries.
And Michael, thank you so much for having all of us.
Yeah. It's a great honor.
I told you I didn't scare him.
Thanks for agreeing, everyone. Thanks so much. So let's jump in and let's talk about, we were kind of discussing it a little bit before the show, ThreeI Atlas. So I'll just start it off. ThreeI Atlas, I remote viewed it, intelligent life on it. Or we're gonna have interaction with it. Probably some people already have. I don't know how far that's going to go. I think the deep state's going to use it as a Project Bluebeam situation because they're coming in, I think, for a positive. Now, I do believe they have some connection with Anunnaki and probably Nibiru, but that remains to be seen. So we'll just roll around and we'll see what everybody has to say. We'll start with you, Brad.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I was just the moderator on a panel with Mike Barra and Carrie Cassidy 1 week ago down in Las Vegas, and we spoke about the ThreeI Atlas, determining what it is and the trajectory it has and how it lands on these certain dates. And Carrie was saying, just like you, Michael, that it is intelligently guided and it is some kind of craft. So we are in for some fireworks this fall, you guys. It's going to be an amazing journey. We're not through 2025 yet. And I just saw a link from Michael Flynn, and he said that there are very credible threats that the Al-Qaeda sleeper cells are going to activate this fall. So wouldn't it be a coinkydink if we had like some kind of EMP attack or some kind of internal strife? Maybe the lights go out, everybody has to look up at the sky, and we get this incredible star show. I don't think there's any coincidences here, but could be a very interesting next couple months.
Very good, very good. And let's jump to Mike Barra. I know, Carrie, you're going to have I've heard some of your conversations. You're going to crush this one. So,
well, by the way, Carrie, I want to sincerely apologize for biting your head off on the panel there. There was a lot of other things going on, and I know sometimes when you get going, it's hard to stop you. So I'm very sorry, and I won't do that again. To me, it's very bizarre because I want to say, oh, it's a chunk of something. You know, there is this theory that it's, at least the theory that I have, that it could be a chunk of a planet that used to be in the orbit where Mars is right now. Mars used to be a moon of that planet, and we can pretty much prove there was a planet there. It was massive, and it exploded God knows when, how long ago. And so it could be coming back on its first return cycle. Now, there's some arguments that support that. One is that it is going to intersect almost like right with the planet, the orbit of the planet Mars, very close to it, which indicates an original origin. If this is a returning object, and people right now don't think it is, but if it is, there's that fact, and the fact that it's on the plane of the ecliptic where Mars and the other planets are, which, because again, there's this completely competing theory with NASA's that planets are actually spun off as plasma by stars like the sun. As they get spinning too fast, they get too much spin energy, and then they spit the planets out, they cool, they form, that kind of thing. That's a different argument. So when you look at the intersection, the near intersection of Mars orbit, the chances of it having that orbit are about 500 to 1. Now, Michael, you know, I live in Vegas. You give me 500 to 1 odds, I'm going to the roulette table all night. I'm taking everything out of the bank. I'm spending every dime I have, and I'm going to walk away a millionaire. And then the fact that it's also coming in and intersecting the plane of the ecliptic where all the planets are, the odds against that are like 20,000 to 1, according to Avi Loeb. So you put the 20,000 to 1, yeah, I'm sure you're all going to come down and first give me some money to get to bet on whatever we're playing. So those are extraordinary coincidences. And I hearken back on the panel to Hale-Bopp in 1998, which of course there was a lot of negativity associated with that. The twin-tailed, one tail was sodium, one tail was something else, Hale-Bopp comet. And the thing is, the exact moment of closest approach to Earth corresponded with a lunar eclipse on exactly opposite sides of the sky. I'll never forget being in Portland, Oregon. I was helping my sister move, and that celestial display is taking place. And the chance of that happening is literally millions to 1. And that, to me, indicated that what they were doing, that somebody arranged that. Somebody pushed Hale-Bopp into that orbit, which, again, if it's a comet or an asteroid out in the asteroid belt, you just take your little flying saucer up there and you nudge it in the right calculated direction, and you create that celestial coincidence. So do we have that technology? Yes. Could this thing be some aspect of that technology? Yes. But if it's a genuine visitor from outer space, if it's genuinely from somewhere else, they are going out of their way to get our attention because of the coincidences of the orbit. So I'm just saying, previously celestial events have had apparently arranged circumstances. This one appears to have those same earmarks, and whether its origin is more natural or completely artificial is unknown to us at this time. But we're going to find out on October 29th. And Michael, what creeps me out, I told Brad and everybody on the panel back then, what creeps me out is that date has had a major significance in my life. I started at Boeing on that date. I've had other major life events happen on that date. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh, please, no, let's not have it. Let's not have, because that's when it's going to emerge from behind the sun. And we're going to know if it's changed course, if it's accelerated, any of those things, we don't know. But it's going to be an ultra exciting day for me because of all those numeric coincidences.
Fascinating. Thanks, Mike. And Carrie, what are your thoughts on ThreeI Atlas?
Okay, so I just was going to find a quote from Richard Hoagland, but so I'm on a news group. I want to, that, and maybe, I don't know yet. I haven't heard if Hoagland's going to get online tonight. So they have been blocking him completely. They also blocking his phone. He's now suing the city. He basically is not being allowed online. He's not being allowed to really communicate much with people. And we are getting messages from him occasionally. I guess they're coming by way of David Sereda and others that are somehow helping him, but he hasn't been able to communicate. This is very important because Richard C. Hoagland, who I interviewed many years ago, and some people that know my work might realize that, this is something that's kind of right in his wheelhouse, and he's being completely blocked from communicating with the public. So he does a weekly show, or he used to, when they stopped blocking. They've been blocking him for like a month now. And so tonight at 9 o'clock, I think it's 9 o'clock Pacific time. I think that's right. If he was going to go live, you can keep an eye on my Telegram for those that, if this goes online, I don't know if we're live. Are we live actually?
Yeah, we're live right now. So
Okay,
is that
great.
live on your channel, Carrie?
I don't know about that. All I'm saying is that if we're live, then people that listen right now can actually, at 9 o'clock tonight Pacific time, tune in wherever they are in the United States or the world. Now, if it works. But the thing is, this should tell you a lot, that NASA, he's a former NASA scientist. He was famous for making people aware of the face on Mars and all kinds of, actually even the hyperdimensional physics that David Sereda has also taken on board and created a whole sort of map of what he calls the hyperdimensional universe. And that includes all the hyperdimensional planets. Those are hidden. They're in another dimension, but they can actually become visible from time to time when you're in hyperdimensional anything. And for the purposes of this discussion, we are hyperdimensional. We are multidimensional is really more accurate, I think. But This is so what David Sereda did, just in a nutshell, is that he has a way of using mathematics, and Richard Hoagland is totally on board with his mathematics. And we did shows where he basically tracked what is the anticipated trajectory of ThreeI Atlas, and it is literally going along like on a railroad track in the sky, if you want to visualize it, in this weird trajectory through our solar system. And it's making stops or flybys, if you will, of important planets like Mars, Venus, Jupiter, and near Earth. Okay. And it's also going behind the sun. I can't remember. So if you watch my videos, I have like 5 of them or something at this point. Richard was supposed to join the last 3 and he was banned. He was unable to do so. So, but he is sending messages, and that's why I wanted to, maybe when we come back around, I can find the quotes that he made. But the bottom line here is also that I've been tracking the Anunnaki for many, many years. And so the weird thing is that I had no idea like about the mathematics. That's the last area I have expertise in. But as it happened, it matched my intuition and my download saying this looks like an Anunnaki craft. So indeed, he tracked it back to not coming from deep space, which is where they said originally it was coming from. And there's a scientist, his name is Avi Loeb, and I can get his background description if you need it, and we can in a minute or two and bring that forward if you'd like. But he's a lead scientist, if you will. In the mainstream, he does a Substack called Medium, and he writes articles on keeping us all up to date on his view of ThreeI Atlas. And now we have a sister planet, planetoid. And there's no doubt whatsoever that this is it's an alien craft. It's a artificial craft. Okay. So it's not a comet. It's not a rock. It's actually surrounded by well, they don't say this, but I have a whistleblower called Mark Richards who talked about basically the Dyson sphere, and that a lot of Dyson spheres are constructed out in space, and that aliens often put things into it. I know it sounds kind of bizarre. And well, Earth could be in our solar system, could be even in a Dyson sphere, and we wouldn't necessarily know it. Now, so that sort of deepens the mystery. So they say it's 28 miles across. Well, 28 miles is approximately the size of New York City. So if you want to understand how big it is, it's not, a lot of people like to say it's, on one panel I was on, somebody was saying, oh, it's very similar to Umumu. Well, it's not similar. Okay, Umumu, unless they were lying about, which it's perfectly possible. But Umumu is, you've seen the picture. It's like a big rock in space, in essence, kind of a little bit flattened. And this is not that. Okay, it's so far from that, I can't even tell you. And I don't want to dominate, so I think I've talked enough. I have lots to say about it. I've been, deeply into this story. And now we have this thing called SWAN. They called it SWAN 2025 or SWAN 25. It's shown up. It looks more like it's hidden behind a comet, or it's not a comet at all, but it seems to be somehow at the same time and space as ThreeI Atlas. So we have 2 things now, not just one. And that opens the dialogue to the possibility that we've got, that could be, depends who you want to talk to. Some people think Galactic Federation is involved here, and we can talk about all that. There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of people who are sort of woo-woo into their, cosmic thing. One person was talking about, it's going to help us ascend. No, I'm sorry. But if you don't know the history of our relationship with the Anunnaki, then you don't understand that they consider themselves gods, our rulers, that Anu is the head Anunnaki, that he is the father of Enki and Enlil. It's all in the Sumerian tablets. open to interpretation. Zachariah Sitchin wrote something like 12 books about it. So I'm just trying to give a whole litany. So anyone watching this who doesn't know zip all might be able to get up to speed quickly. So I'll just shut up for now.
Yeah, and I was going to add, Carrie, Richard Hoagland. I wrote my first book with him, Dark Mission. He's a genius. I mean, he's brilliant. He's beyond brilliant. He has insights that nobody else has before anybody else has them. He's great.
Excellent, guys. Great discussion. Great insights, Carrie. Love your work. Thanks a lot, Laura. What are your thoughts on ThreeI Atlas?
Yeah, well, it's great to hear what everybody has to say. I've been kind of trying to keep up with just a lot of you guys' interpretation and, obviously remote viewing and just deeper understanding and talking to the folks that you talk to. I have to really wrap my head around it. I mean, I'm hearing everything from 7 comets coming and when you hear the astronomers and the way that they describe it as a comet, that is not necessarily what is happening here. And I think with what you guys just shared, it reveals, a lot that, science is not going to cover. I mean, we see what science allows us to see, so-called science versus a much more multidimensional landscape. And I really feel that there's nothing that's here to help us ascend except for what we're unlocking within ourselves anyway. So comets tend to be more like messengers. If there's any kind of ship or craft involved, we've been dealing with galactic federations and Anunnaki for a really long time. Sure, this orbit of Nibiru. Some have said that it pretty much has, imploded a long time ago, and there's only small parts of it that even still exist. And any Anunnaki return, I don't feel like they ever left, and I feel like they've been our foster parents that have acted like the gods that have kept us from true source, and that we need to awaken to that to collapse the control grid that is putting things in reversal. And there's always going to be a story behind a story. There's a story behind a story, like. And this is why it's important, these kind of panels, because, obviously everybody here, including myself, have dug deep into the topics that we are familiar with or we speak upon or that some might consider us experts of. I wouldn't say that this has been something I've been able to gain clarity about, but I do have a strong feeling that they always leverage an event in order to create a psyop to distract us away from the truth. And this is no different. So I just love these conversations because as long as we can put it all out on the table and talk about it, I mean, I find it very interesting that Richard Hoagland, out of all people, and well, it doesn't surprise me that much, but I was on panels with him back, and I think the panel you put on, Carrie, at one of the Camelot events, and we had an interesting dynamic because of the recruitment to go to Mars. But anybody who's being silenced, any information that's hard to get out there is definitely, I would. And I think the people that are listening put more attention on that and really begin to dissect it. But it's not objects that are going to do it. It's us that are going to ascend. And it's going to take us breaking down the control matrix and the Anunnaki overlays and manipulation that have caused this dependency bond with a false authority structure that has this good cop, bad cop with Enki and Enlil. So I think if we can break that down, we'll also nullify any impact they can have on us, including dark weapons and even sleeper agents that are being activated. If we can understand the weaponized humans and any aspect of information that's been weaponized, we can override it and begin to collapse its impact on us. And I think that's just important for us to remember as far as ascension.
Wow.
I love that.
Stunning insights. Thanks, Laura. And wow, what an amazing panel. This is the way we should all be talking all the time. But Carrie's talking about we're heavily suppressed, like Richard Hoagland, unfortunately. Donna, what are your insights on ThreeI Atlas?
Well, I'm listening to the panel and I'm learning as they're speaking. I'm not that well diverse in this. I'm sort of a newbie in a sense. I've been hearing a lot of talk about what's going on. And that's why I love having the panel together, because they educate me and they're going to further educate all of Long Island and New York and hopefully the rest of the world. So I like people to know that I'm not well diverse in these subjects. My heart is very curious to know what's going on. And I have a great panel that's going to help educate us and open our minds to what's really going on in our world. And I love these guys. I'm being honest.
And so much is going to change from now until the conference too. Just like it has in the week since we had our panel in Las Vegas, because one thing you said, Carrie, there are no clear pictures of it. They are definitely holding up any kind of astronomical pictures. I just
Oh, Brad, there are clear pictures. They're just not going to let us see them. There are definitely clear pictures. We just aren't seeing them.
But what if, when it makes that closest connection, if all the amateur astronomers are able to see it and they can't hold that back, what if this is what really triggers a real disclosure in Earth? That's what I'm hoping, more than Project Bluebeam, which could be also part of the cabal's way of ushering in this new world order. That's what they always said it would be.
This is a good go-to channel for when the blue beam does come. You want to
at least we can
I
look
ask
back
a
here and see.
question? I have a question. When that energy, that change of energy comes that close to the earth, are you going to feel the electric? Would you feel that jolt inside yourself? I mean, are we all connected to all this movement, right? So that kind of movement around that's happening with the planets, aren't we all affected by that? Am I off the charts here, or I missed it? Because
Laura?
I feel that everything moving and something like that coming that close to our hemisphere, our moon, and our sun, I think we're going to feel it within our own energy within our bodies. I'm hoping it's going to be a huge awakening, whether they display it one way or not.
Right. Remember, sorry, go ahead, Laura.
Oh, no, you go first.
Okay.
Well, I was just going to say, one of the things Richard and I wrote about in Dark Mission, our book, and I've subsequently expanded on it in some other books I've written, The Choice, pick it up at Amazon. But the solar system is a system, and everything is connected. Primarily, the main functioning force that creates kind of everything is this spin energy, or what they call angular momentum, right? So it depends on if this object is massive enough, if it's got enough spin energy, and if it hits the right angles and configurations as it passes through the solar system, then yes, it can have a measurable physical effect. I mean, Richard's done experiments where he actually measured what's called the transit of Venus, where it's basically an eclipse where little tiny Venus comes across the disk of the sun, and he's recorded it on sensitive instruments, that there is something happening in terms of a physical effect that can be recorded. So you will feel something probably if this thing is really as significant as we expect it to be. You will get a vibe, basically. Yeah, Donna, I think that something weird is going on, and we already do, because of the fact, they're not ramping us up on this so much as we're responding to what I think we energetically already feel, which is that, something weird's going on. And there's so much weirdness in the air right now, gosh, let's name all the things, right?
I just wanted to mention real quick, the eclipse energy is, it's really powerful. The great thing is that all three outer planets are in harmony with each other. So Pluto, Uranus, Neptune are all in harmony with each other. And the North Node Pisces, Neptune, Aries, Saturn retrograding into Pisces, moving back into Aries is really the embodiment of the divine human. But there's going to be different levels that people experience planetary energies, comets. I mean, doesn't matter. Ships, federations, beings. It depends on your consciousness. So a frequency coming from Mars can have its shadow and its higher octave. Same with Saturn. You have the inverted Saturn, black cube Saturn, inversion that we've been dealing with, but it's self-mastery. It's being our own internal authority. And when we graduate to these higher octaves, we have a different relationship with what we're all kind of feeling. We're not feeling it the same way. Like the shadow of Neptune is self-undoing, even suicide, even addiction, right? Its higher octave is being able to see the multidimensional, being able to see the unseen and bring life to the unconscious. You're going to have a completely different experience. So the question is, do we run away or do we face these things as we confront the energetic shifts?
Excellent points.
Inhale.
Now, let's move to the New York Awakening Summit on October 4th and 5th. Brad, what are you bringing to the conference?
Well, I've been asked to speak twice, and I'm going to do my hidden esoteric in plain sight based on my 3 books in the esoteric series, which is basically all the things around the world that we've always seen and maybe didn't pay much attention to, but have a hidden symbology. And it's been said that symbols are the language of the Illuminati. So we're going to look at all the ways that they're peppering us with their symbology and what it might mean. And then I'm also going to do the hidden anomalies of Antarctica, which, as all you know, I went down there 7 years ago, and I'm working on a new book, which is actually done. I'm just building the index for it right now. And some of these panelists might write an endorsement for it. And it's a great book. I think it's my best. It's my 11th book. And there's a lot of weird stuff going on in Antarctica too. There too may be the trigger point for disclosure if what really is below the ice in Antarctica could ever come forward. It's going to be amazing. And I now have U-boat maps of Germany during World War II that they show the exact route to get underneath the ice, well deep into the continental landmass to within 100 miles of the South Pole. And that happens to be where this giant hole is in the ice, where Admiral Byrd flew a plane in and saw this fantastic landscape. So there could be high civilization, maybe alien craft that have crashed there that are now coming to the fore, and all the other great and weird stuff about Antarctica I'm going to be talking about in that presentation. So I'm looking forward to giving it.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, I look forward to that book. And, I believe that, Antarctica, I know all of us could probably go deep into this subject, but I believe at one time it was ice free. There was, pole shift, and maybe we'll see it free of ice again in the future. But Mike Barrow, what are you bringing to the conference? What's your focus?
At this point, I don't know, because I don't know which thing I want to talk about. There's so many things to talk about. There's ThreeI Atlas. There's the political situation. I'm thinking about writing a book, and I'm talking to Brad. Brad, maybe you'll publish it. I don't know. Somebody will, I suppose. About the three coups, the three presidents that have been removed because of the alien presence. President Kennedy, President Nixon, because he had the audacity to show Jackie Gleason the alien bodies and stuff like that. And they said, we got to get rid of this guy. And then Donald Trump, who's the one under whom we created Space Force, which I believe is like Shadow from the old Jerry and Sylvia Anderson show UFO, which is supposed to be the space defense against the aliens. I think that's why he created that branch. And he also was releasing information about JFK because he was going to tell people about aliens. And it seems to me you have to set the table for that revelation by convincing people aliens are actually a thing, which seems to be what Donald Trump did almost immediately after he took his first oath of office. So then, of course, he was removed, and we all know what happened with the EF, the thing we can't really talk about on certain open channels. The second word is fraud. The first word starts with an E. And so, but it's interesting because it seems like the dark state, the deep state, is getting weaker and weaker. But they've gone from to just using EF to remove a president. Which the whole world could see how completely phony that was, and everybody knows who really won in 2020. So I want to talk about all that stuff, but the ground is shifting underneath us so fast that I'm not sure if I will. I mean, there could be major revelations about ThreeI Atlas since then. So I think we'll focus on secret space programs. I don't know, but it'll be something between what Brad has and Laura's got and all that stuff. But it'll be good. And then the other thing is, look, we got these congressional committees showing videos of what looked to me as an aerospace engineer, former aerospace engineer. They're saying these are videos of UAPs being hit by missiles, and it looks to me like a target balloon being punctured by a drone. So the question then becomes, if I'm right, let's just assume I am, why are they lying to the people on these committees? Why are they setting up Anna Paulina Luna and Tim Burchett to look like fools when they can expose it? They're saying these videos are UFOs and aliens. I'm unimpressed by any of them at this point. The USS Omaha or the Hellfire missile one. To me, it just looks like a drone pops a balloon. And so I mean, it just doesn't. They just don't make any sense. But Carrie, I hear you, but I understand. I know
balloon,
what they do.
Really? Do you have to use that? I mean, it's not a balloon. Trust me.
It pops like a balloon.
It actually survives the impact of the missile, so it's not a balloon.
Right.
Get a
I want to get into an argument with Carrie.
Okay.
I want to get into Carrie. I'll put
just
my
don't
stuff
keep
out.
us in the same room. That's all I
You can rip me
suggest
apart.
at this
Yeah.
moment.
So, I mean, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, but I think let's just pretend that I know my shit and that it's a balloon being struck by a drone and it's punctured. Let's assume that. Let's assume I know a little.
No, let's not assume that.
Then the
That would
question
be-
is.
Do you want
then
to
the question is,
yes? How about that?
what's going to happen, Michael? And but the question then is a bigger question, Carrie, that I think it's more important that we should both be addressing is, if that's true, why are they setting up these congressional committees to look like fools? There's an underlying narrative that they want to push, and they're going to try to undermine these people in the political realm. The question is why and to what end, and what are they planning on springing on us instead? That's what I'm looking forward to.
Very good. Very good. And you're like me, Mike. I just feel the audience out, and I just talk about what comes to mind. So it seems to work out pretty good for me that way as well. Gary, what are your thoughts? What are you going to share? Are you like
besides ripping on me? What are you?
Yeah, right. No, I do want to talk about the Anunnaki, ThreeI Atlas, the Charlie Kirk. I just made a major video about the Charlie Kirk situation, the white hats, how they're conducting themselves, how they created that basically false flag, and how he's in witness protection. So I think my information is absolutely unequivocal. And there are a couple other people out there that are, sort of on my side of the spectrum. But I found the quote from Richard that he wrote to this small group that I'm part of, and it says, "It's time for every human on Earth to face the truth. They are here. In fact, 2 ET groups seem to have arrived simultaneously, each in very different planet-sized spaceships." So we have this thing, he says, and I'm continuing a little bit here. He says, the latest Swan 25 now image is taken by another amateur astronomer. So we're not, yes, they actually have made AI videos where they've talked about this Event Horizon hacker group that supposedly hacked NASA. But then when you look at the video, they don't give you any new real pictures at all. They say they hacked them. They say they got all kinds of pictures and they don't show them. So somehow something very weird going on with that. This thing, he said, this is Richard's words. He's saying that this latest ET vehicle is heading right for Earth. This is, there's this sort of amateur astronomer called Philippe Romanov. He got, I guess, some good images, and I can show you this. So I actually have a lot of images for you. I could just go through them really, really quickly. So let me see if I can share my screen. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead.
Because, pictures are better than 1,000 words.
Totally.
They say. So I hope that I can get to this. So hold on one second here. I just need to show my desktop. That would be the best thing. Okay, I'm not sure how to do that. Okay.
Hope nobody out there thinks we're like Heaven's Gate here when hailbots come through and I'm kind of suicide.
Well, I have a major image right here to show you that Richard sent. So, it is useful. Share screen. I think we can do that. Hello? Okay. Chrome tab window. Let's try entire screen. Okay, let's try window. Okay, can you see? Are you able to see anything right now?
I think, Michael, it'll pop up as another window.
All right. So do you see this? This is it. Okay, I think I got it. Right? Is that it? You see that?
Yeah, you got it.
So this Richard Hoagland sent through. I guess the image is captured by this. And he also is saying, why is Trump saying nothing? Which, of course, they aren't saying anything, which is really annoying to everyone. And by the way, the UAP hearings, they are disclosing some very important stuff there, but they're still sort of examining their navels and basically wondering if there are crash retrievals, something we solved, a good 20. I've been doing this 20 years with whistleblowers, and impeccable evidence, and all of them working in above top secret most of their lives. So, what is taking so long? It's just a dog and pony show that's just being dragged out. It is embarrassing how stupid a lot of these people do appear to be. The obvious is the obvious. Okay, so this is how this new thing called Swan 25 looks, at least at this moment, in an enhanced picture. Okay, now if I can, I don't know how to get rid of it. That it doesn't want to let me do that. So I have a whole shitload of pictures here that I can show you. So can you guys see this? Is this on the screen now? It looks like a wheel, kind of.
No, you haven't shifted.
Still the same.
Oh, all right. Hold on. Okay. So if you go like,
Maybe just exit out of that and then click on the new one.
okay, stop screen and
There we
then
go.
present, share screen, share screen. I mean, Zoom is so much better than this. This is just like really bad news. Okay, I'm just okay. So there is an astronomer. Can you see that this is a drawing?
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a drawing by John Walson. He's someone I know, I've met. He's actually very famous for photographing craft right near the sun. He has been on the Rents show years ago, many times. He is an astronomer. He lives in England. I've seen his telescopes. We've been on the top of a rooftop in Malta watching UFOs go by with his telescope. So he's the real thing. Now he is afraid for his life. He's not allowed to say, he can look through his telescope, but he can't tell us what he's seeing. But he did make a drawing. This is what he saw of ThreeI Atlas. So he seems to see some kind of craft. And by the way, it's surrounded by rings of some kind of atmosphere, something like a Dyson sphere or something, and then some black space. So it's kind of floating in the middle of these protective rings, if you will. So just showing you that. I think I can go right down the road here. Now, these are okay, so what he did was he went online, he searched, and he's completely obsessed. So he searched for the best images of ThreeI Atlas. And so I'm just going to run through these really quickly and show you what he got, because no one has seen them except the people who have watched my shows and so on and so forth. So these are much more interesting, I think you must admit, than anything you've been seeing or anyone else has been seeing. And they're getting a level of detail which is quite extraordinary.
Carrie, these are John's photos. Is that correct? John Leonard Walsh?
Okay, so let me repeat. If he actually shows you what he can see through his telescope. He can see through his telescope is like the surface of Saturn. I mean, I've been right with him when he's looking at this stuff. He's got the moon like so up close, you wouldn't even believe it. I mean, he's got the goods. NASA lies to you. They have the goods, okay? So they have Solar Warden that patrols our space, our solar system. They have, believe me, they're in contact even. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, they're in contact. So again, I'm just going to get that out of here. So I guess I'll leave it at that. Those are some pictures just to sort of whet your appetite, if you will. You probably are going to see more tonight on Hoagland's show.
Awesome.
If he's allowed to do anything. But the bottom line here is that we, the people, are, and we have to demand the truth from our governments, okay, around the world. And the secret space program, look, what Donald Trump put in place, Space Force, was a covering that was basically his effort to try to own what the secret space program, secret government, which is mostly under